Okay, it takes away the game music when I do that. Maybe we'll just edit it in later. Hi, last time on Echoes of the Eye, Outer Wilds DLC. We started out with the museum exhibit. We completely got tunnel vision on the deep space satellite, flew around, tried to look at the map, tried to find it, and then remembered to go back to the radio tower. We talked to Gabbro. We got to the appropriate 40-degree angle, and then I struggled to get into the stranger for the first time. But then we went in. We explored the stranger, got a hang of rafting and getting around inside there. We found a bunch of slide reels, and we watched the dam break, and we found this vault that's underwater, and probably a lot of other things. Owl people, we watched the owl people put their flames in a thing, and it was scary. Oh my gosh, I just want to get started. That's my recap, Ant, for the DLC. For the base game, if anybody is, I know we had a question earlier about like what this game is. We can address it as stuff comes up, but for the most part, it's not gonna make a whole lot of sense. And I would just say, sit back, relax, enjoy. If it seems like something you would like to play, stop watching. Go try it out, because it's real good. First mallow of the day, and my cat, Beatrix, is already meowing at the door. She wants a mallow too. Oh my gosh, what is my plan for today? So the last thing we did was figure out how to use those creepy flames. And we were in the dark, and we walked outside of this building, and there was a scream noise. And I got really scared, and I didn't want to deal with it today. Or, yes, Monday. I didn't want to deal with it. I think we're going to have to deal with it. I think today we're going to have to decide if I need reduced scares, reduced fright mode or not, because I want to progress. And I don't want to keep putting things off longer because they're too scary, so... Mistake, welcome in. Hello, hello. This is the thing we found. Endless Canyon. A massive canyon that stretches into the distance. A candlelit lodge is built into the far cliff face. It looks like that. It's big scary. Wolf. Oh my gosh. I just don't even know how scary it is yet. I don't know that we've seen the worst of it. I don't think we have. We've just heard that awful noise. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I feel like we are going to have to give my cat some attention because she's going to keep meowing at the door. I had it marked in the HUD, right? Maybe I didn't. Do you have to remark it because we took a break from playing? There's nothing marked. Of course, last time I like checked every single time. And it was still marked. Oops. We're just floating. This is a big risk. Okay. This is fine. Everything is fine. Why? It's not letting me lock on to anything? It's required by law that the kitty gets pets. I know, she wants so much attention. Is this... Did I... It's not letting me do the normal thing. Marks are cleared when you exit to menu. That's fine, but now that it's here... I can't, here, that's a practice loop. Just snagged a quick little coffee and breakfast from Polytech and gonna enjoy here for a bit. Hi, Chai. Welcome. It's happened to me too, and I thought my controller was dying. Seems like a bug. Oh, wooden. Thank you. I'm glad it's not just me. I hit this bug left stick not locking on. Okay. Thanks, Duet. Thanks, Wooden. I kept looking at my controller too. Is it dead? Is it dead? It's a bug. Open controls menu, go back to the game. Huh. Interesting. Thanks. We'll have another mallow and we'll move on. Open controls. And then do I have to do it, like reset it in here? Thanks for the loop command. Happened to me too, unplugging, plugging controller back in. Just navigate through them. Okay. And that should do it. Interesting. Very interesting. Hi, ship. So now that we meditated and didn't go to menu, this should still be there. Okay, brilliant. Let's find out if it worked. 3, 2, 1, blast off. There we go. Oh, it didn't work though. Bummer. Crash. They revamped input system with DLC, still has some kinks. So maybe stop the stop the game and open back up again. Do I have to close out of the program or just go to the main menu? Huh. That's unfortunate. Sorry, friends. What a start. Close and reopen. Okay. I don't have any hold music ready to go. Imagine the hold music from Everyone is John. We have hold music of a cat meowing in the background. Fingers crossed. Weird. We didn't have any problems on Monday. Resume. I was looking earlier and a YouTube thread was mentioned. Oh, Wooden. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, we've had ample and informative and lovely conversations about accessibility on the channel. Particularly one Metroid Fusion stream where we were really getting into it. And it's been great. And we've had some good discussions here on the channel. Everyone's been respectful. And for the most part, it hasn't come up on the YouTube videos at all. It hasn't really been mentioned in the comments, except for one video where somebody, and everybody's been, like, I don't want to put anyone on blast. People have been super, like, willing to engage back and forth about it. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Oh no, I was talking, so I forgot to say it. But, yes, it works. Yes, yes, yes. Somebody was saying, like, that some developers or companies make the mistake of adding easy mode or accessibility options at the expense of the game as a whole, which, sorry, I don't know if I can if I can hold this discussion while like flying to the stranger for the first time of the day, because this is still me remembering how to fly here and how to set this up. But they had a valid point of frustration to see a game not reach its full potential because some company that doesn't have the technology or the money to add a good accessibility feature attempts to do it and does it poorly, and then the game gets botched. I don't know that I've really seen that, but I'm not in on like developer news or developer technology or I don't know. I just know the games I've played, right? And we talk about Celeste a lot as having incredibly flexible accessibility options and things that you can add or take away.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you for the follow. Naki, hi, thanks. Welcome in, thanks for supporting a fellow human. So, this person had a valid point and they said it, but then they used the word real gamers. And I was like, no, 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 no. I see what you're saying, I see what you're arguing, but you lost me when you used real gamers. Anyone who plays a game is a gamer. And that was fine, and they said, you're right, you know, maybe I should have said hobbyist or casual gamer, and thanks for responding. That was pretty much the end of it. I rolled the wrong way. No. We'll get used to this by next loop for this stream. Okay. So then somebody else came in, and again, no shade because people are like arguing their point and I understand what they're getting at. But they said like somebody who plays their guitar once a week for an hour isn't a musician. And I was like, well, yeah, they are, but okay. I mean, you're missing the point of they're maybe a novice musician, untalented even, unskilled, but they're still a musician. They're playing music. They're picking up a guitar when other people are not. Okay. And then they were saying guitar companies, it's like saying guitar companies should only make 3-string beginner guitars, easy to pick guitars, and stop making the other ones. And I was like, that's not what anyone is advocating for. You're missing the point. They're not professional musicians. Exactly. Like, no one loses out if a company that makes guitars adds a line of guitars to the repertoire that is for specifically beginners, and they keep everything else. That's what we want. And then I just started, like, my head started spinning of what other examples are there of things where you want to add features without taking any current accessibility to people using it away. I don't know. It was, I can't, I want to, like, put pen to paper, but I didn't have time. This was right as I'm getting ready for stream. That's more practice than what I do. I have a job that needs music. Oh my gosh. And yeah, they like, I get it. Nobody wants a company to do that. And they were like, that would be so weird if a company did that. You're right. It would be so weird. But that's not what that's not what we're saying. Alright, we're here. While all that discussion was happening, here I am. Also, like, shout out to the person who made that comment. If you're watching this and it ends up going on YouTube, I'm glad to talk with you and have a conversation. No hard feelings. But I think you missed my point, so now I want to talk about it more. I could see the distinction of professional gamer, but most gamers don't make money through gaming. And it's a leisure activity for most people, so like the more people that just pick up a controller and do it, or a keyboard or whatever, you know, spread the joy. I hope I made sense while trying to pilot our ship. Ooh, did I miss it? No, we did okay, I think. Our ship and then our raft. Oh no, Danny, how's it going? Welcome in. I hope Fran's doing good. I hope they're having a good playthrough today. Platform Platypus, I love that name. Definition of real gamer. You answer yes to you enjoy games. Pretty much. Celeste is a great example, but a simplistic game, so it can be that granular. I don't think there's a good one-size-fits-all way to make something accessible. Yes, exactly. And this, I realize my argument is like, in a perfect world, developers have all the money they need and all the talent they need to do this, right? Because not everybody can just add more options to their game. It takes time and money and skill, and I'm not like, yeah. Oops, what am I doing? There we go. 30 more minutes and I can double stream. Celeste was made to be that way from the start, and I want more games to think about that problem from the start, and how can we address this? Is it possible to address this and have it scale both ways? And I think if you make, you know, options to make it even harder at the same time, that's really cool too. Do it up. Give people a challenge and also provide people the means to play it at all if it's too hard in the first place to even attempt. Like, I was thinking of like physical examples, because this person used the music comparison. It's like, all right, cool, I can do comparisons. Let's try this. Let's add some more. And if you are going to an Olympic scale, an Olympic size pool to swim, if they add a lane for amateurs, or they add a rail to one end of it, or they add, you know, somebody swims in that pool outside of training hours with floaties, like, you know, they're still swimming. They can have access to that pool. It wasn't a great example, but I was trying to say that doesn't take away from the fact that there's Olympian swimmers out there. Or if you add a ramp, say your family member needs a wheelchair to get around, and you add a wheelchair accessible ramp and wider hallways to a house, you can still go in and use that house and have everything that you had before. You're just adding one more step, one more option. You could put, oh god, here we are. Let me finish my train of thought and then I'll try to focus more on the game, but it just had my head spinning today. You could put a tower, a super tall tower in that house with a telescope and an observatory. And you could put a rickety staircase to get up there. You can put a ladder to get up there with missing rungs if you want a challenge to get up there. But also add a wheelchair accessible elevator. And both people have equal access to the telescope. And one gets to enjoy the challenge of climbing the ladder. And one gets to enjoy the journey and the ride in the elevator up to the up to the telescope. I don't know. Grant's having a good stream, has stumbled science onto several things. Nice. I think people get mad at the idea of people trying to add stuff to games that were intentionally made to be hard. Yeah, I know, and I get that that's a type of game too, that some things are just out of your reach, but like some games that are easy are still hard for people. So the like saying, oh, I felt rewarded because I overcame it, but what if just a like regular basic easy game is a challenge, you know? Everybody's scale of difficulty is different. Respect diversity of experience over creative product. Yeah. Hey, T-Mux. Welcome in. Okay. Now... How did we talked our way all the way to this scary hallway. I wonder where it would be if cheat codes had been called something else to start with back in 80s and 90s. Ooh, that's an interesting thought duet. It's an interesting discussion to be had. I'm by no means the authority, and I think it's interesting when people who don't have accessibility concerns come into the conversation and are like, respect the purity of the product. You've clearly never had a game that you really wanted to play and were unable to do it. Like, imagine that your favorite easy game was somehow completely inaccessible to you, and people were like, oh, well, I guess you can't play it. We don't want a wheelchair ramp, cheat stairs. Yeah, exactly. It's a case of privilege as well. Okay. Here we go. Let's just get it over with at the beginning of stream and see what's out here.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Here's the planet. It's gonna scream. What is it? I don't even know what it is that's gonna scream. I don't see anything like moving. We haven't heard it yet. Did I not go far enough out yet? Are the candles that we found already lit? Oh god, I hate it so much. Okay, be brave, Jen. Oh my god, BB is scared too. She's at the door. What happens if I turn on my light? I can't see anything. Oh, Mom is here. Hi, Mom. Isn't there like a bridge for us to go over there? Was the original commenter talking about reduced rights? Oh, no, they were, we were just having a discussion. I don't know why it came up, but we were having a discussion about one of my Metroid streams. It was something just like part of our conversation that day. Oh my god, alright, I need light. Oh god. Oh, shit. Is that when the dam breaks? Now those candles are extinguished. I don't know what it was. What is it? Is that when they light up? No, why were those lit before and now they're not? I can't see anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is it? What is it? What is it? I hate it. Is that the water? Like making its way around? Should we just jump across? There's a dock down there. Should we go for it? I thought there was a bridge up here. Ooh, what's that? Oh, what the hell? We don't have our jetpack. Okay, good start. We should do that again. I got much farther than I did last time. I think every game should include cheat codes or developer menus. Could extend the life of a lot of games. Yeah, that would be cool. Mentioned in spoiler chat for some of the witness puzzles. I'm just watching and loud noises are making my heart rate increase. That was such a... Like, I'm more scared of my own shadow than anything else. I did that too, yeah. Okay, I feel a little braver. You know, the longer I stood out there on the ledge and nothing seemed to happen, the better I felt. But we don't have any of our controls. I could go light those candles, and I feel like that's all I can get to. Oh, it just lit them because I focused the flame? Is there another way through over here? Oop, don't fall. Oh. Okay, this is like the little path it wants us to take. Weird. Whew. Pratt, welcome in. How's it going? And Snake, welcome in. Cool. Oh, that was in the that was in one of the reels that we saw, I think. This just straight up feels like a horror game. Run around in the dark and turn on all the and light all the candles. Am I safe to cross this? I don't know. I think it's okay. Oh my gosh. This is an instrument? I think we saw this in one of the pictures. Can I play it? No. New music. Someone asked me if Outer Wilds was a horror game. I said not really, then played Echoes. Yeah. Why does it keep making that noise when I go too close to the edge there? Oh. Lots of candles out here. More instruments. This reminds me of the chairs where we saw the owl people watching that, like, that projector screen. Oh, man. My heart is already beating fast and we haven't done anything. This looks like a door, right? It's funny because a lot of the scary parts in the main game were sound-based, but here they really went for sight. Just, yeah, they really did. I feel like we're not gonna do much this loop, but I'm very proud of getting into something else we can look at a bit more. Oh god, I hear like tapping or something. But this is, we need this, right? Or maybe we need to get to it from the other side. Yeah, and it'll make this little bridge here. Ooh, there's a portrait over there. Oh my god. Oh, it's just plants. What is this? What is that noise? We didn't add to the ship's log. Magus, no! What is that noise? I think it's Mario. I think it sounds like Dire Dire Docks. Wow, that is cool. It's a little hand that catches us. The anglerfish sound was very intense. I would have turned off the anglerfish sound. I would have used reduced frights for that after a while, had it been an option. Like, I heard it the first time, I heard it the second time. Several deaths later in Dark Bramble. It would have been very cool to... Shit. There it is again. I don't know what that is. I don't know why. Also, profanity today because of the frights. Oh my god. There's like a shadow over there. Yoo-hoo! Why is there an owl person head shadow by the projector? Are they gonna eat me alive? I wanna go look because I wanna know. But that's so scary. What happens if I turn my light on? The projector's moving. They're watching. Oh, they're like watching the video. Oh my god. Thanks for the sound alerts. They're not meant to be jump scare alerts, but I feel like they're gonna get used for that for this game. I hear the music, so I guess I want to go investigate. Where is the player? Isn't it right here? Oh my god, I hate it. We're gonna have to do it next loop. Are you gonna jump out at me? I see your head. You're below me. Oh my god. I think they're like directly below us, right? The loop's about to end. I can't do it. I don't know. I don't want this to be like a chase game where they run after us the whole time. That's so scary. Oh, the hand thing caught you off guard the first time. Alright, we overcame a fear. We walked out into the darkness way further than we did last time. Proud of myself for that. Our next fear to overcome is approaching this shadow? What? Oh goodness. Yay, courage. I know. What? Slate, come with me. This is scary. I need a buddy. Let's get you your own Know My Mask. We're on loop 17. That's so many loops already. We're in the thick of it. Oh, man. How's it going? I. Welcome in. Need some cat time, maybe. Let's read our ship log. And then cat time. Thank you, Wolf. I don't think we added anything though, did we? No. It just says there's more to explore here. We know how to cross the bridge now. Big chillin', yeah. Oh man. Yeah, let's do this now so that I can relax a little bit before our next loop. Bring my nerves back down. And BB was right at the door earlier, so hopefully she's nearby. BB. One time I discovered a nice walk around Harthian village during the day. Was a good break between treks. I like that idea, Danny.
Enduring desire for knowledge and for new opportunities to improve itself.
Semi, good timing. Thank you for the 50 bits. Thank you for cheering for humanity, and we get to see Data petting a cat. which is perfect for this. I appreciate it. Cat! Oh my lord, look at this cat. Duet, this is Beatrix, also known as BB. She's very fluffy. One of my 2 cats that are frequent guests on the channel. She's like sleepy right now. She got tired from meowing at the door and trying to eat my tuna.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human and for supporting a cat. And welcome to the channel. We're glad to have you. Kitty. Alright. Thank you, Wolf. Thanks for using your human beings for this channel point redemption. Hey. Hello. Always worth the pause. Pause. Get it? Your little toe beans. Okay, I'll be right back. Well, come back. Thank you. Time to bike home. Sounds good, Wolf. We'll get back into the game. Whew. Let's do this. Small update. It appears the leaker has taken some time to ensure personal account information is not in the leak. It's focused on tools, SDKs, and code that affects Twitch itself. A source familiar with Twitch's tools confirms the attack is clearly aimed at Twitch as a company, not its users. Interesting, Taw. Thanks for the update. Okay. Ooh, I need to take a deep breath. I feel like normally our streams are so chill and relaxing, and today it's just like supercharged with energy. Put an insert bike brand here and coding did the rest. Alright. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Our controls are still working as they should. Don't crash into Timberhearth though. What tension did I miss? I got here 40 minutes late. Well, we were talking about the Twitch leak, and then I was telling a story about a YouTube comment thread about accessibility, and then the game was really scary. So all of these things combined make for a different atmosphere, I think. Perfect game for Spooktober. It really is. This and Dread. Also, I saw the reviews for Metroid Dread are really good, but I saw somebody say that apparently it is really difficult. Speaking of accessibility, so, yeah, should be interesting. I don't know. I don't know what that means for me. I wonder, you know, we can beat, if we can beat Metroid Prime boss and Fusion bosses, we can play Dread, right? We're qualified. This is like the weirdest fly-in I've done so far. Alright, let's go. See ya, ship. Thanks for the help. Let's go do scary things, I guess. Gotta get all the way inside the room before we can start opening the door. I never know the best way to do this, but we know a way to do this, so. I feel like mainstream games have become generally easy, but with the success of Souls, like different games have taken off again. Maybe. Don't overturn the raft, Jen. You got this. You can do this. Oh, maybe not. Shoot. You're still good. Sure, games they intentionally make easier. Okay, we want to go over this way. Oops. So they can reach a wider audience. I'm just glad Zelda Breath of the Wild came out with Master Mode. Now we just need Pokemon to do the same thing. Is Outer Wilds a Souls-like? No. I don't think so. It flipped the boat over. Go that way this time. I don't think it'll take us that way. But I would like to safely get to somewhere. Oh, here we can get a new boat at least. Nice. I feel like we've gotten this one to go before. I don't remember how we did it, but it doesn't even seem like the water is at a spot where it can take us. Can you push these? Oh, you can. That's cool. Didn't know that was a thing. Good. Maybe we'll just do another circle around, although I don't know when the dam's gonna break. Nice, Jen. We've been in this area before. Oh, okay. We have to go... Let's go up and around then, if we are able to. Did you guys hear about Venom 2 post-credits? No, but if it's post-credits and it's spoilers, I don't want to spoil it for anybody who's trying to play it. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to see it yet, so maybe let's save that for, if I ever were to play that game and see it, then is when we would discuss it here. With the spoiler tag and all that. It's a movie. Well, clearly I'm out of my area of knowledge here. I don't know that I noticed all that ghost matter before. Interesting. Have we been down there? I think maybe it was underwater before. Let's maybe go check this out. Because I don't think we've seen this. Oops. Ah, shit. Dead. That's okay. Weird loop. We fell off the raft, and then I tried to jump on the roof, but fell off. Trav, hi, welcome in. Just stopping by to leave alert. Hope everyone's having a good day. You too. We discovered we can push the raft into the water as well. Which is useful. 3, 2, 1, blast out. I'm wondering if that controller issue is like good for us now for the rest of the stream, unless we go back to the menu. We'll see if anything happens and we have to reset it again. It's possible. What is interloper? That's what it is. It tells you in the command there. It is a Discord where people who have beaten Outer Wilds, either the base game or the DLC, can go in and talk about the game and watch other streamers play the game for the first time. It's a pretty cool little project. Our friend Interruptus is the founder, and I help admin in there. Maybe it's a bug on boot up. Maybe. Yeah, it could be. All right. Let's do this. Come on. Ghost, welcome in. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Oh man, congrats on Echoes. I think I saw your name in the DLC archive. Gotta love immaculate landings. My landings were rough. It's nice when they go as planned. I like how it brings you to this closed off room and drops you in beautiful water. It's so surprising. I mean, I was just reflecting on this game after the stream on Monday and how incredible it was that they surprise you like this with a whitewater rafting journey. Like, no idea. Could have never expected this to be what happened when you went inside the stranger. It's so cool. Chuck, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you for 14 months. Welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad previewing, your cat emote. We're glad to have you. How's your journey going? Today is when it is probably gonna get scary. We've already conquered one of my fears, which was walking anywhere in the dark with the blue flame. Like last time I lit the blue flame and just stood on the edge of the cliff and like inside the little room and barely poked my head out, so we'll see if we can take that a bit further. I'm loving it so far though. I'm curious to see where I'm gonna get stuck. I feel like that's a rite of passage. Come on, little raft. There we go. Every time I landed, I felt like I was going to Babylon 5. 14, that's almost a whole year. You're great, thank you for being you. Thank you, Chuck. Speaking of getting stuck, yeah. Oh man, we gotta go up the elevator. I mean, if we can have all smooth sailing, great. Sure, let's fly through it. But I assume there'll be challenges of figuring out what I want to do next, so... Or how to do what I want to do. Water rafting is probably one of the least expected things when entering a spaceship. Okay. Have we been to this building over there? I thought we had. Maybe not. Pratt, I'm not the one I'm not the one that should be making you doubt it. I was just reading what Chuck wrote. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is Ghost Matter. We did go in here. Okay. I'm sure there's other stuff besides Ghost Matter, but I remember going in there and being like, oh, this is where they burn all the slide reels. Which is, you know, one thing that it could be. One of my biggest phobias was online gaming chat rooms, and yet here I am. There's our power outage flicker. Smooth sailing, also a rapids joke, yes. I don't want this yet. I want our artifact. So scared. How many months are in a Hearthian year? Good question. I don't know. Oh, I don't want to do this again. Oh. Fran! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I hope your playthrough is going really well. I don't know if you're lurking for spoilers or if you're farther than me, but thank you for bringing your friends. Hi everybody. I'm Jen the Human. You may know me from the Interloper Discord or elsewhere, and if you don't know me, we just started Echoes of the Eye on Monday. It's my second stream. I'm loving it so far. I'm ahead of you, I believe. Nice. I've always thought it's fun Hearthian Day is longer than it's here. Mac, how's it going? Welcome. Thank you for the shout out for Fran. Also an admin mod, big help over in the Interloper Discord. And fellow Outer Wilds enthusiast. So thanks for coming in. Thanks for that follow. Thank you for supporting a fellow human. We've had a few loops today with some mishaps, but nothing too drastic, just some little oopsies, and I finally ventured out into the dark here. I'm just horrified of everything in this area pretty much, so it's too dark to even like I want to know what it is that makes the screams happen. If it's something specifically that we do, or if they're timed, or if it's certain characters appearing and disappearing. I haven't figured that out yet. Did you bonk certain orbital structures? What did we do? We jumped off of a cliff, and we died in ghost matter. We learned that we fell off of our raft. We learned that we can push rafts. If we're standing on land, we can push them into the water. So those are some important things we learned today. We learned how to operate this bridge as well. Inspired to start flying more manually? Oh yeah, isn't it fun? I don't know, personal preference. Oh, we learned that we don't have a jetpack when we're in this state. That was an important life lesson. And then we saw the world's scariest shadow and heard the scariest clicky noises. Ghost mattered myself the first few minutes. Okay, so I'm not alone. I'm sorry that things got ghost mattered for you, but you're not alone. What is... Oh, that noise when you, like, walk too close to the ledge there is unsettling. Oh my gosh. There's a YouTube channel on fantasy world building, and they have a series about constructing fantasy calendars. That's really cool, Pratt. Scott, welcome in. It's good to see you. Happy Wednesday. Humans getting ghost mattered together. Aww. It's been a while since my main game playthrough, but I remember the sun rising in the west. Hi, Leon. Welcome. How is your day going? We're gonna go use this hand thingy. Was it down here further? Or is this something we haven't seen yet? This was it across here. Oh my god, what was that noise? Why, I can hear all the water. Oh, that is so weird. There's gonna be another scream, I think, if we go into that other room. We're basically right where we were before. Wait, I want to focus this, I think. Did we go down here before? I remember this door, or a door like that, I guess. Gosh, I don't like it. Oh, yeah, here, we saw this. Oh, Povo, welcome in. Witness is suddenly a horror game. Oh, last time I caught it here was all bright colors. This is no longer the Witness. I know, yeah. Very drastic change of atmosphere since the last time you were in here. Oh, we have to go investigate though. Otherwise I'll never know what it is. This room was where we were before. About this side. Oh my god. There's stairs over there too if we want to use those. I don't like it! Did we go this way before? I don't know. I don't think so. I can't stay long listening to a podcast with my partner. Oh, nice. Enjoy. Wanted to thank you for the raid the other day. So kind of you. I'm so glad we got to raid you. It was a lot of fun. I hope you had a good rest of your stream that night. Thanks for coming in to say hi. That was the dam breaking noise again, I think. Bravery? This isn't where I wanted to be, I don't think. Looks like a cool area down there. Doesn't look super scary. What's that noise? Oh, that's the water rushing from the dam. Okay, let's go back over here. It's so spoopy. It's so, there's so much like what, just anticipation of things that's what's really getting me, right? Because nothing's even really happening, but like every time we turn a corner, I'm thinking, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What are we gonna see? What is happening right here? Is this below a staircase that I want to go up? Did we go over here? I don't even know. This is where we were before. I don't know, like, how far I want to just push myself and jump into that room and how much I'm like, maybe there's nothing else for me to do in there because the doors are locked. So it seems. But I know we don't have unlimited time, so I gotta try some things. Ooh. Oh, this is how we got over here again. I'm just turned around now, I think. Scares are on for now. Yeah, Ghost, I decided I wanted to leave them on, and then I'm probably gonna turn them off. But I'm so chicken that, like, we haven't even seen the scariest of the things yet, I think? I don't know. This game's a trip. Is this something I can pick up? No. I'm just going in circles. We went here too. This is like down underneath this staircase. It's so weird. Oh, I turned them off and made me feel better about exploring. Yeah. I think it's just gonna be slow going for a while if I keep it on. But I'm trying to be brave. Okay, what else can I do over here? Oh, here's another one of these things. This is the other side of where we came in, and we wanted to build that bridge up. But now how do I get back to the hand that I needed? Ooh. It's so... I'm gonna like need to turn the brightness off. Can you all even see anything? Or turn the brightness up, I mean. Okay, this is what we just unlocked. Hello, portrait of an owl person. Stay up here first? What's across there? I see some like blue-green and some candles. Do I see movement? Oh, there's like do we have to cross water to get over there? I think we have to cross this rocky cliff. Brightness is okay? Alright. Let me know if that's not the case any longer. This is an elevator. Okay, great. I don't know that I want this elevator yet. Let's go over here. Brightness is as intended, but gamma is an option if you want to check it out. Okay. If it's for you, if it's for everyone's comfort in the chat, if it looks okay for you, then I'm okay with it being dark. I can see everything I need for now. I guess we can try other settings later if we need them. Is that our music? No. This is it's not the ending music, it's the owl people music. What is this? It leads into a tree. I feel like I hear footsteps or something. Can't see anything under this blanket. Oh, these musical instruments again. I wish we could play them. I don't know what it is I'm looking for. Oh, okay. What is that? Why the screaming? I really think turning my light out does nothing, but every time I hear that I'm tempted to conceal my light. Does that mean a door opened or something? Does it mean some of the candles went out? Oh, and there's the ending music. I don't know what it means. That was a door opening, right? I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing in here. And this goes back to that elevator. No volume, but the LOL with the facial expressions. It's so scary. And I don't know, you only have limited time, so you're like battling against yourself and how fast you're willing to run through knowing that something might like jump out at you. I think we're gonna take damage. It's fine, we don't have a jetpack, so. This is where we started. I don't know what else to do here. We didn't get any ship log updates still. Maybe next thing is to do the elevator, I guess. There's some stuff down there. Is that where we were, though? It's possible. Oh, it's so scary. So now, I wonder if we want to grab the artifact and go to one of the other rooms with paintings and see if we can go into the dark in one of those. It's okay, we're lucky our Hearthian is made of space-grade steel. Yeah. Pratt, thank you for redeeming human kindness, sending human kindness. From me, to you, to everyone in chat, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're part of the community. I'm glad you're here with us. Happy Wednesday. I believe in you. You deserve love and respect and kindness. And you're gonna have a fantastic rest of your week. Thank you, Pratt. Oh, we need a loop counter. This is number 18. Oh, all the love. Thanks, everybody. I don't know. Okay, so like we can go to the next my plan for this loop is to go to the next building with the artifact and see if we can see more stuff in the dark. But I think I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna want to turn on reduced frights because I feel like it's preventing me from doing things in the game because I'm too scared to even try, which I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this loop goes and then we'll probably turn it on. With those lovely words, I'm off to bed. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you around. Three, two, one, blast off. What is happening to me? Ah, goodness. Oops, where am I? I wonder, I feel like we should do an autopilot flight to this thing at least once to see how much quicker it is, because I do okay, but we could save time, I'm assuming, because it just does a nice direct path for you. I also wonder how close it takes you. Before you have to manually enter inside like this. Okay, so we still only know of one place where there is an artifact. Oops, flashlight. I haven't seen any others, just paintings of them. Here we are, rafting again. That's where we're going, up there on the ceiling. Have we ever been to that bridge? I think that's just the starting area, the main starting area that we've been to before. Ooh, don't go on shore. And also don't flip the raft. Don't hit the rock. We hit the rock. It's fine. I think it's interesting how many times in a row we have to take this exact, like, raft journey. Oh, that's not one. Yeah, I don't think we have one that's like a wee for sound alerts. We need the elevator. I just started walking. Number, welcome in. Thank you for thanking the mods. I hope you're having a good one. Okay, so now we're gonna take this with us to... Thanks for that sound alert. Where do we want to take this with us to? Where do we want to go with this thing? That tower building? That's gonna be scary to be in that section when the tower falls, right? It's gonna be weird. It's probably gonna wake us up. Alright. Onward. Oh, except we're gonna end up at the dam, but we can walk up and around. We can go over here, I think. Unless there's a building over here that I want to use on this side of the dam. There's not one over there, right? Oh, I can't. What can I get to from here? There should be like a deep breath. Jen does a nervous sigh counter every time today. I've been like, breathe, it's fine, everything's fine. Done this exact climb so many times. Yep. Mm-hmm. But we want to beat the dam breaking. If we can. We're trying, let's go. Bravery! Is this one of the round buildings? Maybe we can try this one first instead of the tower. Because I don't know that this one gets flooded. Okay. Which one? You. Creepiest noise ever. What's gonna be down here? The same scary thing as before? Yeah. Everybody just hanging out by their favorite blue flame with their favorite artifacts. I guess we'll take a nap. Where'd everyone go? Get ready for screaming, I guess. Do these paintings change? No. Well, doesn't look like it. Oh. There's some candles. I like candles. What is that noise? Door. There's so very many closed doors. I want to know why it gives you the option to extinguish all these candles. Ooh, there's one of those bridge things. If we can get to it. Oh, it's closed off, maybe? I'm assuming we can't, like, parkour over this tree without our jetpack. Maybe we can go over here. Bumped into my very short mate, Peter, down the pub. He told a few hilarious stories about Flatbread Factory, and I love the pitter-patter of Tiny Pete. Where does this go? Okay, let's keep going this way. I'm looking for more candles. Please, can I have some more? Oh, that's the dam breaking. I wonder what's gonna happen when the dam breaks when we're in the dark like this. Yeah. It wakes us up. Yeah. And we have to put our helmet back on. Interesting. Okay. We were never in this one when it was... Oh, we've never been in this one. I think when we get up the stairs, maybe it won't be flooded? No. Sort of. Weird. So whatever you have to do in that area, if there's some task you have to complete there, you have to do it fast. Real fast. Oops. Let's go find a raft, maybe? Come on. Alright, there's a path or something to get up there. Maybe. We're gonna run out of fuel. The dark areas make me feel like I'm playing Bloodborne again. So many ominous noises. So... I want to know... I want to know if, like, the reduced fright turns off ambient noises in those sections. Like, I guess I'm getting more and more curious exactly what it does. But I don't want to spoil anything. But I don't know. I feel like so far everything is timed because of the water and the angle of things and the flooding, and I don't know. It's making me very nervous. That it's too scary for me. Do you want to tell us if it won't do something? I want to know if it will turn off, like, some of the ambient noises when I'm walking around in the dark. So that you don't constantly hear, like, a door opening and a creaking thing and... yeah, safe word. Not even the screaming. Like, yeah, it won't do that. That's what I was afraid of, because I feel like just that is too scary for me, because you're constantly in fear that something's gonna happen. Alright, I guess we're swimming because I don't see a boat anywhere near here. Can I? Yeah. Nice. Do we want to test this one? Not really. Not right now. Although I do have the artifact. Shoot, I probably should, huh? I don't know if I can get up there from here. People being scared of something is really interesting. How different things scare people and people handle scary things. Yeah, for sure. It's like fascinating what different fears people have. I don't think we have like any time to do this though. I think this tower's about to fall. Oh. Did I pick the wrong one? Does it not even work because... things are already like tilted sideways. Interesting. There's a raft on that thing too. It's too bad that even reduced frights mode is still stressful. I saw people mentioning on the Interloper the idea of giving slightly spoilery tips as far as when jump scares. Yeah, Magus had mentioned that like early on, hey, do you want a heads up for that? And I said no, but I think I need to like think of a strategy of what's gonna work for me to give some. Oh, look at that bridge, how it's wiggling right there. Of what's going to help the most, you know? That's such a weird looking. Oops. Okay, well now the tower is gonna crush me, but it's fun while it lasted. Physics engine. Get a mod to create a spoiler allow list. I'm personally really scared of losing people. When I'm scared of that, I don't know how to act or even breathe. Yep. This game presents some unique communication challenges, but it's so worth it. The joys of physics simulations, yeah. Here's the top of this thing. So maybe that one doesn't have the basement because it's got the prongs on the top and it's just drawing power or whatever from the other basements. I don't know. There are things I could say on the topic. I'd rather wait until you're more certain of what you want to do. Yeah, that's what I mean. I need a plan before I like say, sure, go ahead and do this. And my other, like, my biggest curiosity, because I like what you said, who said it? About trying to die the scariest way. Like, I want to get to whatever the worst jump scary thing is, so that I know if I want to turn it on or off or whatever. Oh, that's right, this one you have to go underneath to get to it. I forgot already. To get to the top. I don't know what other rooms there are. This is so weird. Yeah, I don't know. I just have questions. I wish I could just play it and not have to ask all these like caveats, you know? Because now I don't even... I thought the scream was going to be something that jumped out at us and we could see it and then know what it was. But so far, every time I go into the sleep mode, it's just the constant, like, grating fear of not knowing what's going to jump out at me. More so than whatever the big jump scare is. It's the problem you were having too? Gosh. Especially in a game like this where you just reset and there are no real consequences. Oh, for dying? Yeah. Because as I mentioned last stream, I think I talked about this last stream, maybe not. For my base game playthrough, once I found out about anglerfish, we put that off until the very, very end. But I don't think I can do that in this game. I don't think I can just keep avoiding whatever it is until the end. Consequences having to do that dang raft ride a million times. Yeah. Three, two, one, blast off. live 20, you die one more time. We can get drunk. Yeah, let's add wine to the playthrough scenario. I'm sure that'll help me with the jump scares. It's definitely, like, I don't know. I thought I was gonna get stuck, but I'm not. Maybe I'm a little stuck now. I'm not facing any puzzles. I just don't know what I want to explore yet and how deep into the scary sleepy time mode I want to get. Oops. Jen, please. I actually am extra glad I'm streaming it though, because I feel like something like this, depending on what the reduced frights does, I don't know if I would even be able to play it like by myself in a quiet room without the bright streaming lights on. It's a horror game. Bonk, 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 bonk. Sorry, ship. I overshot the thing. Please don't kill me when you explode. Go. 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 Gave up playing this game? You're doing pretty awesome. Thank you. Spooky game. Thank you. I think that was just our ship exploding. I'm sorry, ship. I heard it. It said ship hull breached as I was reading chat, right? Or like ship something. I'm sorry. I was gonna bring up the exact point. Play the DLC alone at night with lights off and it's an interesting experience. Wooden, I don't know how you did it. Ship is the giving tree. Oh my god. Emotional book. We live here now. Well. So, wait, what am I doing? What's my goal? Get the artifact again and go to the tower? No. What other... Oh man, you know what I didn't write down is like which buildings have which slide reels, so if I need to go back and watch them again, I can. I wish I had taken more notes. It's part of the reason I'm not done yet, yeah. Reactor warning, yeah. It went boom. Exactly, Magus. I need to take better notes of the slide reels I've seen. And I said maybe I would go back and watch the VOD, and then I didn't. Very fascinated by ring worlds. Like the stranger, it would be such a trip to be on this. Yeah. I may have kept poor track of which slide reels I watched too. Because I'm thinking, oh yeah, we know that the room in this part of the canyon has that
human emotions I do not fully comprehend.
Oh my gosh.
Anger, hatred, revenge. But I am not
has the artifact in that other thing.
Number friendship. These are things I do understand.
Thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you for cheering for humanity. I appreciate it. Enjoy that lore emote. Heck yes. Have fun with it. Thank you for the support. I went back and watched some midstream at times. Yeah, I'm tempted to know which buildings, because now I'm like, well, does the tower even have a basement? I know the tower has an upstairs. We want to go to that one circle-y building. Oh, you're good, Danny. Mods got it. I didn't see it. Thank you, mods. Oh, there we go. They were lightning quick. What timestamps in your stream for the slide reels? Maybe. Because we've watched 2 of the locks on the vault. But I don't remember which building was associated with which lock. But I don't think I'm far enough along to need that yet, because I haven't found the slide reel for the 3rd lock, although we did find a slide reel that I couldn't figure out how to get to. Oops, walking into a wall. Yeah, it probably wasn't too bad, just playing it safe. Movie time? Yeah. I don't know, I have one more thing I want to do before we do movie time, but... Oh, please. This one. Thank you. This game is stressful. Is there a basement over here? Like in the building opposite this? Yeah, this is so hard to keep track of the buildings at this stage in the game. Everything is just one of those buildings on stilts. I don't remember what's over there, but I don't see like a big green label on it, because that's the giveaway, is it's the ones with the big green labels. Grables even. Movie night in Discord starring antlered aliens from The Stranger. Ooh. Yeah. I want to know, like, obviously don't answer this, but I want to know how nefarious these owl people are. If they're scary or if I have no reason to be afraid of them. Oh, we did do this round building, but it flooded. Am I going fast enough to do it again? Because there's 3, right? There's the round building, the tower, the one in the canyon, and then that's where I need to watch the movie and see if there's a 4th that I'm forgetting. Because at the top of the tower, there's 4 symbols, which makes me think there's 4 buildings. Maybe that's where the tower is. I guess I can look up like this. That's where the canyon is. Gotta go. Sleep is calling. Aunt, take care. Have a good one. Have a good sleep. Oh, what's under there? That's definitely gonna flood, right? I kind of want to get to that other side of the whatever this area is called, the lowlands. Can we make it in time? I don't know. Bravery! Oops. I can't just walk through here. Oh, I can walk in the, I can go through the water, though. Is the current gonna get me? It's not so bad yet, because things haven't burst. Do the stranger aliens remind anybody of owl beasts from Warcraft? I don't know, I'm not familiar with those. Oh, this is where we enter. Okay. That's a cool looking arch. Hmm. And that's how you can get back into the entrance. I don't think we've ever come down these stairs. Why would we have? This is about to burst and make a bunch of noise. Pow! And then we go for a swim. Oh, yeah, that's the other one. Have we ever been in this one? Maybe once. Oh, that door opened because of the lamp. I wonder? No. But that squeaky noise, that sounds like the door's opening when we're in the sleepy time place. Which makes me think somebody's walking around opening and closing doors. Because it does sound the same. There's a broken lamp. I wonder if there's any slide reels over here then. There's a raft station. I want to go over there. Whee! Good enough. But this is the one that floods. Now we're just being indecisive. I'm gonna run out of time to get to this rafting station. Go, go, go. Oh, there's not a boat here. It's just the hooks. That raft is having some struggles. Alright, let's go back over to the vault, maybe, and see what we can see, I guess. Can I make that? Yeah. I feel like the answer seems to be overwhelmingly, yeah, you can probably make that jump. You're pretty floaty, and your jetpack is pretty powerful. YOLO jump the game, yeah. Doing lots of those. Bounce, 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 bounce. I want this side, I think. It's crazy how much fuel you need. It seems to be so much more than on the planets. Yeah, it seems like we go through it a lot quicker in the DLC for whatever reason. Maybe they changed it. I don't think so. We just start getting better at burning it. this thing. I remember you. Launch scout. Oh! Wait. I wonder... For some of the doors that I haven't been able to go through... Wait, can I not recall my scout now? If you put your scout inside, the light from the scout turns the little sun thing, and you can get in. Maybe. I wonder if that's how we get that slide reel that I couldn't get earlier. I want to recall my scout. Do I have to put this down to do so? Weird. It's fairly high gravity, yeah. Floaty, jumpy, pow, swim, swim. Jumping on ash ember is so nice, yeah. How do I test this door theory? We have to find one of those locks. Is there one in this building? I think so. Here's a lantern. Here's a thing with no slide reels. Oh, okay. Test theory. Does it keep moving though, because it's so bright? It seems like it's too bright and it just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning. Yeah. I can hear it moving. So, but you could get it to stop and then recall it at the right moment. I don't know how that timing is gonna work out. Because I feel like the timing on these I can barely get with... Well, I guess... Because I forget about turning off my flashlight and I just turn every time. I also... Oh, there's a slide reel right there. I also wonder how many of these you have to, like, wait for buildings to break to get to. If it's anything like, the tower, you know. Where was the, functional lantern that we saw? Over here? No, that's just normal daylight. I forget. Maybe we didn't even see one. I thought we did, but it might have been a ways away. I feel like it was before we came down here. That we saw it. Because you can't do... I wish you could just shine your flashlight in the slide reels, but we've tried that. You can only see like one of the slides that way. Fuel level critical, come on. I know there's fuel in that one, Eye of the Universe building. Shadow Hearthian cameos are so cute. I don't know what my plan is. Not much of a plan since we've got music. This is tough. There wasn't a lantern down here too, right? I can't imagine there'd be a functional one after falling all that way. Now your trek has ended. So, we didn't need the artifact. We could just come back to this place and try to figure out that slide reel for next loop and see what's on it, and then maybe we'll do a little bit of movie time. I think I wanted to go across too, and then I kind of forgot that that was a goal. Whee! Use my oxygen as fuel. Get me to the land. The song's ending anyways. Here we go. Ooh, you can't. It seems like you don't jump as high when you're running on just oxygen fuel. Need to write down loop goals on sticky notes? Yeah. I don't remember what my goal was for this one. I think it was to find another building to explore the basement of. I tracked your slide reel timestamps in your first VOD. You decided you want them at any point. Thanks, Taw. Hey, Austin DM, how's it going? We are stuck in a time loop. So maybe now we don't want to, we don't want to grab the artifact from the canyon. We want to grab a lamp. But didn't we do 2 loops around the stranger, around the ring? I think we passed that building and then came back to it. I love that Funtune is our loop counter. Thank you, Funtune. Thanks for helping us out with another game that is not Super Metroid. So useful. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Got a little too excited there and overshot, but it's okay. feel like that was my best flight to the stranger yet. That was pretty dang good. Let's not explode our ship this time. Remember how we used to shake our fists at Sun Station every launch? Yeah. Let's not turn on my flashlight yet. Hello? There we go. I forget that Funtune isn't a person. Pup Time is definitely a person. I love Pup Time. I think that, what is the cat one called? Cat Time? Meow Time? Ooh, there we go. I want to know if there's other artifacts. That's something I'm curious about. I also wonder if we should just get out here and walk the other direction to get... Oh, but we need a lantern. We can probably find one somewhere nearby, right? It's a neat little ring world. Isn't it cool? In the daytime? Where's a functional lantern? Well, there's gonna be one... Oh, yeah. There's one over here because this building is full of them. Hello. Scary building. And we want to go over there. So let's go do some parkour. Which side do we want to be on? I think this side. In the daytime before the river floods, yeah. Live on a ring world if anyone is offering. I think it's still pup time, but instead of the word being dog puppy, it's cat kitty catto. Okay. Same bot, different response. I mean, same person. Oh. Excuse you. Go. Oh, nope. Watch out for the hole in the roof. I fell through the hole, but I definitely thought I just slipped off the side. You can't get it right the first try every time. Gotta keep it interesting. Works 100% of the time, 60% of the time. Exactly. Oh. This one, oh, this game. We can go get the slide reel. I do think it's just straight up underwater at this point in time, right? That's what it seems like. Interesting. What? And there's a working lamp right there? Does it break after the flood? Is this gonna break if I put it in here too early? this is where we were before, right? Yeah, and then we went and got one right in there. Ooh, come on. Straight up underwater is the opposite of the ring world. See, it should be down there. I wonder what happens if I jump in, though. Oh, it's still there. Alright, I'll take it. And there's not a current yet. At least not in this area. Not a strong one. I don't think I can get out of the water there. What lamp? I don't see any lamp. That one. I love lamp. Okay, I don't think we've watched this slide reel yet. I think this is the last lock of the vault that we're missing. Owl people love their slide reels. They love a good projector at a conference. Burnt. Burnt, 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 burnt. Some vague flame-looking thing at the bottom of this one. Blue flame. Burnt, burnt. Burnt, 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 burnt. Burnt, 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 burnt. Less burnt. Red flame? Outlines of owl people. Owl people with their eyes aglow. Getting closer to me. Getting closer to me still? Oh, is it gonna reveal like a face when the burnt mark goes away? Have we seen this one? I think we have seen this one. We built the vault goes in the water, the owl people walk away. Okay, so most of this one is just completely burnt, but it shows them putting the vault in the water. I didn't think we had figured... Maybe we had figured it out, but we had carried the slide reel someplace else and watched it. I don't know. I remember that one. So now what? You mean the lamp you walked? It was a broken one, I thought. I saw it on the table, but I thought it was a broken one. I didn't go up and pick it up and check that it was working. How much time do we have to get across here? I don't need the raft. We're fine. Maybe. Oops. Ooh, can we go in here? Oh, come on. How do I get that to work sometimes and not others? There we go. There's another functional lamp. We've been in here before, I think. Yeah, because it showed us the secret of the vault staircase. I'm a strong, independent, semi-aquatic individual. Don't need no raft. Exactly. I don't know what I want to do next. I guess try to get the slide reel in the canyon area, but I have to wait next loop because everything is gonna break soon. At least, actually, I think you can still explore over there. Just some of the bridges connecting the different areas are broken. But it's right up there, so I have to go all the way around again. I guess we'll just walk up here for a minute. I don't want to get in the water right now. There's gonna be a dam breaking noise soon. I feel like it startles me every time. Do we want to try to go back to this ghost matter building? I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. There's the dam breaking. Come on. Oh, damn it. I think we're going to take our stream break after this loop is over. I definitely miss, you know, flying around to other planets. Like, I have the same feeling of frustration of things like the Southern Observatory and the... I can never remember what the sand city is called. Because you're like, yeah, I can go do other stuff, but I have to do this thing in here to get it. But with this, it's like, I can't go do other stuff in other planets, you know? Or so we think. We can go fly around and revisit Sunless City. I can never remember. Definitely Brittle Hollow vibes here, yeah. With like the race against the dam. Well, I guess we're swimming. Swimming, but that's blocked off. Okay, great. Good job, Jen. I don't know, maybe let's go. Wait, maybe we'll get this boat if we can. Let's refill our fuel too, if we have time. It's one weakness of the DLC. I think I normally recommend somebody do base game before. But it would be nice to still have base game stuff to mix it up a bit. Yeah. Why? What is gonna electrocute us? We can't swim in this area. Oh, those wires from... Oh, that's horrifying. Oh my god. That noise. Good thing I hadn't tried to swim through there yet. What a nightmare. It's the jellyfish all over again. Oh, there's a building we should try to go to. Have we ever been over there? No, we've seen... Okay. We've seen this, this chasm, like, ages ago and then promptly forgot all about it. Because it was in the ship log. Thanks, Magus. And, the ship log was like, yeah, there's a chasm. But that's something I can get up top, right? And get to the middle section there and drop down. I had just forgotten about it. Maybe, maybe not. Oops, wait. Go back up here. Is there anything I can do from here, or should we keep rafting? How high up is this jump? Too high. I couldn't get a good depth perception read on it. Oh, okay. That's another building with the slide reel symbol with flames coming out of it. I wonder if it's connected to the tunnel on the other side and it's the same area in the middle there. It's possible. If you bring if you push a boat all the way up onto dry land, will the little hooks still work and pull you up? I wonder. Oh, we're here again. So I can't get up that high from this particular spot. We just did one giant circle, though. We have to get to it from... How do we get to it? Maybe we can make this? I don't know. I don't think so. Bye! Oh, we're squishy that time around. We're stuck in the trees. So maybe... we have to get there when the reservoir is higher? Then can we get up there? I don't know. What did I say I was gonna do next loop was watch our video? I said we were gonna take a stream break and then go back and watch the slide reels. But now I also have this area that I want to explore. I don't think the water level being higher is gonna be that much higher. I think there's something else we have to do. The timestamp? Sure, Ta. Yeah, you can send on Discord. Hey, Interruptus. Welcome in. How's your popcorn? Oh, there goes the sun. I don't know that we've really watched a supernova from in here. We've just experienced the mask graphic. Okay, so I said we were gonna take our stream break after that loop. So we will. And then we will come back. I'll have to set up a good way to do a video capture so that we can watch the slide reels again. Or I can go back to them. But I kind of just want to review my notes. And then we'll figure out what to do. Heading to bed. Good luck with swimming, sciencing, and things spoopy. Thanks, Wooden. Have a good sleep. We'll see you around. We'll see you. Ta, I think I'm gonna refund your cat cameo because we did one earlier and I think they're both peacefully asleep right now. I don't want to wake them up again, but thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry to disappoint. Oh, how do can one of the mods refund that? I think we're going to take our stream break, relax, stretch if you need to, grab a snack, all the good stuff, and we'll see you in a couple minutes. Thanks for being here. Welcome back, humans. I hope you had a good break. I got a snack and a seltzer. Did a stretch. Hi. Let's go ahead and get started. I need to set up this, I think. Oh, I love that we don't have an active sub goal right now, but I forgot to hide the bar. It's funny. It still has like a default thing. Thanks for the welcome back. What's gonna be the best way for us to do this? Oh, you know what though? I hope that my internet and stream setup lets me do this without too much trouble. Ta sent me the timestamps, which is excellent. Internet. Let me pause, and then let me capture this. Let's see, we haven't done this particular overlay in a while. I want browser capture this. Weird. Okay. The first one is that the 3 hour-ish mark. It is at 4 hours, 3:58:57. There's 2 of them. It's me, look. Let's turn the volume down so I'm not blasting out anybody's eardrums. And we're at 3:58:57. Let's see. Okay. What this is a picture of. This is so weird. Pay no attention to the streamer hiding behind my webcam. Okay. It's like way quiet. It's a projection thingy into a weird looking thingy. But I don't and I don't know where I found this slide reel, but I think it's okay. Genception. On the top, and there's a lanterny looking thing. Look for yourself in the double comments. There's like a burnt thing. This is the one we just watched. This was the first one I figured out how to do. Okay. Yep. I know. Ta. Creepy. Oh. Projection thingies, yeah. People down into no spoilers, okay, the next timestamp is 5/17/36. Cool. We didn't do any more of these for a while. Okay. Yay. No, that's fine. I appreciate the timestamps a lot. It's helpful. We're following them. This is teaching us how to do the flame thing. Song or something. Oh, it's creepy music. I do go kind of slow through them though. Yeah. Oh, this is scary. This is so weird seeing myself react to it again. Glowing eyes, like the statues almost. If you watch them all here, you can watch this stream instead of the timestamps. Yeah. Oh. Pointing. This is how we learned how to. There we go. We're back. I was afraid of that. It's not gonna let me do that many things at the same time. Stack overflow due to infinite recursion. Yeah, that was not a plan that we can pursue. Okay, that's fine. Things stable again? I think so. You can't just play Gen VODs on your stream. Yes, I can. We duplicated ourselves and broke space time. I love it. That's fine. That's fine. Let's just go back to the game. I don't know. I'll have to watch it off stream and take notes. It's not that I think part of my question was answered by the fact that there was a fourth building. Right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just backwards. I don't know. I wish we could warp to the stranger. Since this part is the same every time. 3, 2, 1, blast off. 6th location, 4th building. And I know, okay, so there's one in the canyon, there's a round building in the lowlands, there's a tower, and then I thought there was... It's not a building. No, it's not a building. It's a, it's the place where they burn, where it has the symbol of the burning slide reel. That's what we're trying to get to. Not another building, maybe. How many different slide reels have you found? We found... I don't know. I'd have to go count the timestamps. A bunch. And there's one that I found but I couldn't get to, so we need to go back and try that again. Maybe we'll do that on this loop? I don't know. We're going at a certain rate of acceleration. Here we go-ish. Don't bonk into the side of this thing. Ugh. Go on. Kerplunk. Alright. So maybe we'll go back and try to get that slide reel. And we'll get a better view of the canyon there that I think has that other entrance to the thing. Maybe I got confused and I was staring across. No, but that's not... I wasn't confused because we were on the left branch of the river. When it splits in two. This one splits in three. I don't know that we've ever been down the very middle path of this. I'm not sure. But we don't want to. We want to go this way. Dang, really getting tossed around that time. And here we go. Okay, so this isn't even the part I'm thinking of. It's like in between that thing there and the other one on the other side. I don't know how to describe it, but it is what it is. Let's hang out in this area for a little bit longer. Oops. Is that the building over there that has the thing, the slide reel? I think so. In the meantime, let's take a lantern, because we're gonna need one. And this is the only place with working lanterns. Let's put one here. Oops. Okay. Lantern planning. Yeah. think we've seen 6 slide reels because one of the buildings had 3 in the basement, one of them had 2, and then that one that we just did would be the 6th. I think. If I had to give a educated guess, that's what it would be. Oh, error. So this is what we're trying to do. No, there's no door in this room. This is what we're trying to do. There's no door in this room. You know what we haven't done yet in the DLC is taken a selfie. Can we just throw it in through here? Wait. Okay, so... there's us. I feel like our equipment on our shoulder looks different. Maybe just because the scout launcher looks like that. Hey, we're cute. Excuse me. Maybe this side is on the other side of the door then. Yeah, okay. Nice. But also, weird as heck. Oh, how am I gonna time this correctly? Like that! Nice! Oh yeah! I'm proud of that. Ready, go! And future Jen is very happy because there's already a lamp over there where we need it. But I don't know how much time we have before this bridge goes out, so we might have to do some more parkour jumps across the bridge. Maybe. I'll hear it when it breaks. Just like we hear it every time. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Gotta love the lamp. This area is not a big deal as far as lamps. There's like a bunch right across the way, but let's see what this reveals. What are we looking at? One of the light things. There's a bird person coming out of a flame. We're hearing a very disturbing noise. And they went poof. This looks like the... Yeah. This is the outside... This is like in the cloaking room of the stranger. That's the entrance. And that one didn't work, so the light went out. Maybe. Error. Is that like one of the screams we hear? Maybe that's when the power goes out? I don't know. Okay, so now I said I wanted to take notes. Let's start taking notes. Where's the bigger notebook? Oh, it's right here. Oh, I did take notes. The only notes I have are the different angles in the very beginning in the radio tower. So this is slide reel behind locked door in canyon. I think I'll know what that means. And it shows the outside, what looks like the outside of the stranger. Like, not in this oxygen-friendly ring environment, but as part of the interface of where our ship comes into. Mirror ship entry. It shows owl person, ghost emerging from... I don't like flame catcher. I don't know what to call those things, but we've seen them in the dark part, in the nighttime part, where we shine our light into them, and then it like makes a bridge appear. I'll just call it a flame structure for now. I don't know, some kind of a key almost. And then their ghost goes poof, and then there's an error message on one like spoke of the stranger wheel. That's it. That's the end of that one. Oh, it shows us which one. If the entrance where our ship is down, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 big lights around the outside, and it's the top left one. But then there's also 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, like repeating. There's 3 layers to it almost. Interesting. Okay. Ship log updated. So that wasn't the... Oops. The key... The vault one that I thought it was gonna be. We're still missing a slide reel with... with the vault. What other doors can we open now that we have this... scout method? I don't think I have good notes on like which doors were locked to us and which ones were not. I haven't been over here in a while. Oh, this is where you can take a raft down. One of these had that cool observation room. Can we open this door now? Do these spin? No, because this window, this observation deck blocks light from coming in. It seems. There's like a picture of tree houses. This one. How do I get in there? I remember this because I didn't want to take this. Can you rotate this without standing on this thing? No. Okay, so there's another one of those. But it's definitely just... Oh, look at all the cool symbols on this stuff. What are these? There's a lantern one. And then there's a artifact without the pokey thing. And there's an artifact with the pokey thing. Oh, and there is another artifact in here. I don't think we knew what all of this meant the first time we came in here. Pokey thing being a technical term. Every time! Are we gonna get swept away? Go, 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 go! Okay, I think we're safe if we're this close to the wall. Oh, the water hasn't rushed around yet. I don't know what it destroys other than that main bridge. I know for sure it destroys that. So let's write down canyon also has this observation room with the raft platform and locked door. So happy I can take notes now. I'm happy too. Enjoy. Oh, maybe we want to take this elevator down? But I don't know if that is a good idea with... It just catapulted us into the air. What did I want to do next? Kind of lost my train of thought there. I wonder if something new happens in that room. When the bridge goes out. Anything different in here? Just, no, it's the same. It appears to be the same. I only wrote canyon. It's a good start. Should we just go for it and take that raft? I feel like that's a point where I won't be able to come back until the next loop if I go ahead and do it now. And I feel like all it's gonna do is just drop us into the water. I will do it at some point. We want to go up this way. Okay. Now we want to go... See, maybe it drops you into the water inside the rock? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I get a better look at it from over here. I'm liking the fact that that I'm remembering to use my signal scope zoom today. Look at things from every angle. I wonder if there's a clue that tells us to go in that way? Because I don't see any raft hooks or anything out of the bottom of that room. It's very curious. And let's refresh what this looks like. Equip. I'm pretty sure we walked in here and... Oh, I think we can go up, and we never did. Oh, but like, at what cost? If we fall, we're donezo. Ooh, maybe there's actually a narrow path? Okay, cool. I remember coming here and being like, no, I don't want to... I want to keep exploring the canyon before I come through this passageway. So is this on the other side of that thing? Yeah! Okay, good. That's progress. Also, I want to go on the top of this building. Okay. Scary noises. Eye of the Universe symbol. Oh. We've seen this thing before. But I don't know what to do with it yet. There's one of those... Okay, it's updating our ship log, but do I want to also write some notes? If I played this by myself, I'd probably soil my pantaloons. I'll take this with, I guess. Maybe we don't want the lantern? Oops. Oh yeah, we do. Oh. Oh, there's already one in there. And there's another... This is the... Wait. This just loops around. Because this was closed. Because that's the one we just saw. Weird. Unable to pinpoint location. I don't think I ever tried to look at our map before. I don't think the deep space satellite can see us from here. Okay, so through ghost matter passageway is another one of these like giant... This is straight out of the bike lock puzzle from Myst. Another one of these tower lock things. And it shows like an eclipse kind of a thing here. There's like a flame symbol. There's... Oops. That symbol that we've seen on some of the buildings that almost looks like the entryway into the stranger. All the phases of the moon, the ring planet, the sun, a star looking thing, and that's it. What if we make them all match something else? I don't think it does anything. Weird. Dex, how's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Oop, I would like to jump back down here. Thank you. Thank you. What's through there? Can I see anything? Oh, I think it just drops down. It does look like the entryway. The only thing I've been able to figure out, it's supposed to look like an eye. What does the back of this thing look like? Can't see how long I'm supposed to play this at some point, but I definitely wanted to swing through, and sing through, and say hello. It's good to have you here. Yes, please don't watch, because spoilers. But yeah, hi. And thank you, Rock, for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. Also singing through. Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, same. Dex, I'm so excited when you finally play this. It's gonna be epic. Alright, well there's our music, so... we did in fact confirm that that makes a loop. You know what I want to do? Engage, sprint button. Oop. Bonk. My chat's gonna be mad. I'm just going to look up the 7-minute speedrun and do that. Well, that's one thing that you can do. Oops. This is true. Bonk. I don't think I can go up any higher. Ooh, yes I can. This was a goal of mine, to get to this part of land up here. I don't think there's anything up here, but I can say that I walked on it. Get a new world record while pranking chat. Thanks for the alert, Dex. So we learned about... we got some ship log entries. We learned about the outside of the stranger, which I think I've made remarks about before, how we never stop and look around. But truly, I have done nothing to change that, because there's plenty to do inside. We could try to stop and look around and see what happens. Let's have a mallow first. And we saw that observation area again, and still don't know how to get in there. Hull breach. I found a slide reel in the hidden gorge that shows an explosion blowing a hole in the side of the stranger. An abandoned temple marked with a symbol of a burning slide reel. It can be accessed from a passage in the hidden gorge. There's an interface upstairs that can be used to line up symbols in a vertical sequence. I found a mural of a large tree on the bottom floor of the lodge. Endless. Wait, isn't this stuff that we did? Endless Canyon. A dense forest along the banks of a river. Those are... We never checked the log on that. I haven't checked the log in a while, but I didn't think I just missed the ship log notice, I guess. I didn't think we had any updates, so I didn't check it, because I didn't see the thing. But I was probably too scared to notice. So now what do we do? Oh, this shows us... where we found some of the different slide reels, I guess. Interesting. Okay, should we finally go in on that raft then and see what happens? And then we can do another loop and... we still have one slide reel that I want to find that I think I know somewhat of what will be on it. But then as far as that, I don't know how many more slide reels there are after that. What have we not done? A lot. And we should take an artifact to... Okay. Oh, this is so much. Let's go back. Let's pick up the artifact. Let's drop down on that raft. And then if the raft doesn't take us anywhere new, we'll just ride it to the tower and go underwater. And I'll double check and see if there's stuff in there before you get to the top floor. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Because I also forget what's inside of the tower other than the top floor has those symbols on it and those prongs that are glowing blue-green. And table, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, and we can investigate the outside of the stranger before I forget. And go do something else. There's a few threads to pull now that aren't in the nighttime zone, so I'm wanting to pull on those instead. I think there's a pattern here. I think Jen is too scared to go into the nighttime zone. But we can't... I wonder if at, like, after the power outage, we can exit the stranger and see the outside and see, like, the cloaked side. And maybe there's, an anomaly that we can observe. Oh, goodness, Jen. Okay, let's do this first. It's fine. Scout, no, now is not the time. Oh, God. It's gonna blow up on us. I don't want the scout to be taking pictures. I pressed the wrong button for roll. What needs to be repaired? You. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm scared to get too close to it. This needs repaired. Just the headlights? There was definitely other stuff. Right? But it didn't give us the big scary warning. Oxygen and upper hole. Okay. Good to know. I think we're okay. Can we fly around in here? Oh, well, I guess we're going for it. Our flashlight doesn't help us here. Don't get too far away, Jen. Hey Matt, how's it going? Welcome in. I don't know that this is helpful. It's certainly very dark and like slippery. I don't know that this is what we want, especially not without our ship. Ooh. Yeah, this is weird. I think it's something on the other side, not this side, if that makes sense. Poor ship. Leaking oxygen. Or maybe... let's go inside and see... oh, there's too many things I want to do. Alright, I guess we're committed to this now. Maybe we'll go inside and see what happens if we come back out after the power outage. I didn't ever really think of that until we got that clue, so... oops. I feel like we could hang out in this room until the power goes out. We'll still see the flicker of these little globes, but it'll be more obvious if we go on in. I don't think we've ever tried to exit, but there's definitely a walkway. Sort of giving you Wind Waker vibes. Yeah? Do you ever have 5 amazing streamers you've been hopping between to watch them all? There's the power outage right away because I spent so much time flying around inside of the entryway thing. But we don't know. We don't know. God, this is so strange. Yes, we don't know. Hey, bookkeeper. We know pretty much nothing. This tree is kind of in the way. Excuse you, tree. Okay. I wish I could read these. Our poor ship. It needs some repairs. So then... are we gonna see anything different when we come out here? I feel like we can't get very far. Saraha! How's it going? Welcome in, raiders. Ooh, I almost flipped my notebook over. How was your stream? Silva, River, Arrow, Saraha, Number. Welcome, raiders. Danger spoilers. If you're planning on playing this game, look away because there will be spoilers. Danny, hi. And it's good to see you. If we could get a shout out for Saraha. Oh, how are you liking Spiritfarer? I've been playing that off stream and it's so cute. So cozy. Haldus, hi. I'm Jen the Human. I love exploration games. I love Metroidvanias. I love space games. And this is the Outer Wilds DLC. We finished the base game back in May and are now moving on to the DLC. It's really cool so far. It's so beautiful. I love it. I'm glad. That's awesome. Saraha birthday today? What? Happy birthday, Saraha. I hope it's been amazing. I hope you had a super hype birthday stream. Wait, does it say that in the raid message and I missed it? I don't think so. Okay. Welcome in. Thank you, Number, for that gifted sub. Sorry there's no music because I tabbed out of the game. I can add some real quick. Enjoy your Earth Badge, your emotes, your ad previewing. We're very glad to have you as part of the human race. Thank you, Number. It's been wonderful. I'm glad. glad. I'm so glad. Yeah, welcome on in. Glad to have you here. If you are trying to avoid spoilers, we are going to jump back in the game pretty soon. But I want to make sure to greet you and our raiders. Jen the Human. I'm doing good, Hal. Yeah, thanks. Don't even think to do a birthday raid message. I mean, raiding is always like, okay, we ready? Yeah, let's go. I totally understand. We've made some discoveries today. The game's a little scary too at times, so that's been interesting. Are you gonna play the DLC, Saraha? Do you have plans? Do you have it on your schedule? Avoiding spoilers and gonna go eat birthday dinner. Have an amazing birthday dinner. Have a great rest of your night. We will see you around. Yes, I can't wait to play it. Yes. Everyone go follow Saraha. You can watch her play the DLC when she gets to it and wish her a very happy birthday. Thank you for coming in. See a whole lot of dark so far. Scary seems to fit. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're diving back in. Spoiler alert. Thanks everybody. Just a quick little bit of Raider hype, and it's very dark. Like, all the time. I don't know that there's gonna be something in this weird giant hallway. And I also wonder if we try to go out of here without our ship, if we'll be able to get back in, you know? So strange. I kind of want to bring our ship out here so we can repair it a little bit better. If that makes sense. Oop. Oh, no. Shoot. We missed it. Go back up, Jen. We're gonna have to refill our fuel. Velocity match. Just land, please? It's so weird. Who could have trashed your ship? A mystery. Yeah, that was me. I did it. Oh, how do we get out of here? Can't, like, blast off into the ceiling. Okay, it's fine. This is odd. I don't think there's a place for us to park, is there? Are we parked? Close enough? It's too dark to see anything? Sounds about right. Sounds about par for the course. Oh, now I can't lock onto it again! Ah, you hear me furiously clicking the lock on button. Goodness gracious. Okay, well, we can fix this. What? I thought the other thing was on... Where is it? I thought it was over here, but when I came over here, there wasn't a thing for me to press. Ugh, whatever. We're gonna run out of time. And it's gonna be very hard to orient ourselves in there. I feel like this is a horrible idea. Okay, here's the thing. When we come in, where do we come from? Oh, I should have set something on the HUD. What's this? Is this the other side of it? This is silly. I guess we're just doing some science experimental flying. This is the way out, right? Into the darkness? Oh, Lord. Okay. We're back out in our solar system. Weird. I can't lock on. We're gonna have to close the game again. I feel like we're gonna bonk into it, but it doesn't look any different from the power outage. This run was completely, let me see if anything looks different after the power outage, because we learned about it, but I don't know. It's very well cloaked. I will give it that. No autopilot, no. Do not lock onto the sun. Oh, bookkeeper, I know. We'd had to do it at the beginning of stream. We'll do it again. The binding and rebinding didn't work. Just closing the game and opening it did, so we'll do that again. Press the button to reset controls to the default. That's... Oh, we cycled through it last time. Alright, I'm gonna meditate. The binding and unbinding of Isaac. That bug is really annoying. Because I think we locked on to... I think we still have it in the HUD, we just can't press the button. Mallow. I haven't changed anything, right? That's really fun. We'll see if that does it. The blowing sound, like, is a cute touch. Hi, ship. Sorry you took some abuse last loop. I wanted to investigate. Wait. No, not this side. This side. Okay. 3, 2, 1, blast off. There we go. It works. I'm able to lock on to Timber Hearth as we're leaving. Whee! So what was my other thing that I wanted to do? I wanted to go to the tower with... Oh, go in the raft and go to the tower with the artifact again. Okay. That'll be more productive than that last loop. But, I mean... I feel like it's interesting to go explore inside of the entrance to the stranger, but it's really dark and really disorienting, which makes me think we're not supposed to be in there because it's so dark. Which I know isn't a good assumption for this game. I'm just talking about, like, you know, they make things glowy and they make it obvious that you can interact with stuff to help you not get super lost. But maybe that doesn't apply for the DLC. I remember we talked about that, and it's in the, like, the making of documentary, that some things are purposefully left more plain and barren because it's like a lot of surface area of Brittle Hollow or wherever is like, no, we didn't put anything over the every inch of the planet. Here, we'll try to gently direct you where you're supposed to go. But I don't know. Could be totally wrong. Alright, let's do our raft ride again. They did a great job in base game of making only useful, meaningful things interactable. No comment on DLC because spoils. Yeah, for sure. I don't know yet. You can obviously make the determination for yourself when you're done. Yep. We'll see. We shall see. Wow, we're hitting every wall this time. Mixed on things being interactable in the base game. In the end, I think it's the right decision, but I want more lore. Yeah. I want to know what things are in the DLC that are like the Quantum Moon, where you see it a million times, but you don't know what it is that you're seeing. And everybody in chat is like, oh, she passed it again and didn't realize. Wait, did we miss the entrance this time? Come on. Oh, thank goodness. I probably should have missed the entrance. Okay. Is this the night side? No, there's not really a night side. It's like this weird other dimension that we go to for nighttime so far. I wanna see these when the power goes out, actually. From the inside and not the outside. It's got this like green thing now. And that side looks the same, but this side's got, it's all green now. So weird. What's that big light bulb? Hmm. Green thing. Oh, I think we have to go... No, it's right here. Oop. Why am I doing this again? Why am I going in this way? I don't need to go in this way. I'm trying to get to that area with the weird... thing. I think we just go through here again. I don't remember the other entrance to that room, but I know I can get to it from here. Oh. Scout, come back. The famous area with the weird thing. Yeah, I can't remember a good... I can't think of a good name for it. So we went the very long way. I'll know from this run exactly how I want to get there next time. Wait, is it in the artifact room? Oh, Jed. It's fine. No one saw. No, those are slide reels. Why am I having so much trouble remembering this? Oh well, we'll get there. I know the fact that it's an artifact, I'm like, wait, this is Metroid. What? No, why can I not remember? We were just there. Okay, hang on. I wrote down... Observation room with raft platform and locked door, but which building is it? Is it the one with the white artifact symbol on it? Oops. All the buildings look the same once you're inside them. I have to be really, really deliberate about what I remember about the entryways for them. It is, but it... It's this one, maybe. That clip doesn't even apply anymore though, because actually did have it wrong, but thank you for the clip. Okay, where the heck are we? Can we go back this way? This is like a secret extra little canyon thing. Oh, it's gonna pick me up again? Is there anything worth going that way for? I think it's blocked. Weird. Weird. What was that green thing? Are we? What was that? Ugh. Okay, where am I? Shit. Where are we going now? Abandoned ship! Ha! Can I even get up there? No. Now we're going to the tower, except the dam broke. So I don't know if we can do what we want to do when the dam is broken. I can't remember. I'm not sure. We can go into this thing with an artifact. This has a flame inside. But can we do anything when the water level is like this? This is gonna be super scary. There's just 2 candles, okay. Is this... gonna... where's this gonna take us? Oh god. Oh dear. There's... oh, I feel like those have codes on them that I need. But is there gonna be mega screaming? Oh, they don't have codes on them. There's a bridge thingy. They're all set the same. Oh god. I feel like screaming's gonna happen. Oh! What is pressing this thing gonna do? There's a flame thingy over there. Okay, I'll press it in a second, but let me see. And there's a flame thingy over there that's already lit. That made this bridge, I'm assuming. I'm gonna press this. I hope it's not awful and scary and horrifying. It's horrifying and terrifying and awful. Oh. What? If I move out of it, Pointing at the tower. Going up the tower stairs. Looking across at this drawing, the planet one. There's a bunch of slide reels. There's an artifact. Wait, hey, what's up? Hey. Waving. Saying see you later. All the lights are going out. It's gonna reveal the staircase. I think that's it. So we're able to see visions from these things? Just weird. Scary. Okay, so this is the vault light, and it was going into tower. This wasn't the planet one. This was the picture with the tower building on it. With tower. I don't know. There was a guy that waved at us. Weird. Oh, there's a... Is that a boat? Yeah. There's boats in this area? Oh. Oh god. Wait, how do I conceal it? Is it like a security alarm? I have to find out what it does. Oh. We're gonna get screeched at. Oh, it wakes us up. Weird. So we can't go across there and get to the other side because there's an alarm system. At least not that way. So strange. Oh, I have to recall the elevator. Can we go like swimming through there and get to the other side through the water? This is a long elevator ride. I want to know when we're gonna learn what these symbols are. You know? Can we swim through here? Or is that gonna wake us up? Because the light goes out even if we conceal it. Okay, fair enough. Let's go. Now what? There's a boat. I don't think we can get to it. There's one on the other side. I also think we can just kind of swim across. Oh, come on. Nope, nope, nope. Did not see the impending doom in all of this debris here. Didn't think that one through. We're doing great. We're just doing absolutely stellar. But I think we've got music, so... Oh, I thought I saw something on the roof over there. I don't think we can make it move unless we push it off. Scoot, 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 scoot. It's really stuck. I don't know how when I played the original game I never made the connection between this music and the end of a loop. Oh my gosh. I feel like it took a while, but then it's like the key signal. Let's just go back for a swim. Let's see what kills us first. Our low health or... Wait, what's over here? Have we been in this one? I don't think we have, because I think the current here's been so fast this whole time. Or is this the entrance? I think that's the entrance. Just kidding. Okay, we're good. Just swimming. We're gonna... Come on, end of loop. We got stuck. I probably just rarely made it to the end of a loop because I kept dying before that. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Nothing wrong with that. Tree roots are our home now. Okay, I still haven't been able to take the dang artifact to the dang tower. But we have new information now. And also, there's that, we made it to that raft dropping area, but we still, I don't know how to get into that room. Maybe we were supposed to take the raft a little bit further upstream. Loop number 25. Well, 26 now. We learned about that alarm that wakes us up. Oh, did that get added here? Yeah. Subterranean lake, secret passage. I discovered a vast subterranean lake beneath the submerged structure. The sealed vault is resting on the shore of the lake. There are 3 interfaces, each marked with one of the 3 symbols from the vault. I rotated the mechanism in front of the vault, causing it to strain against the chains holding it shut. Moments later, rays of green light spilled out of the vault. Yeah, it was pretty cool. The light coming out of the vault gave me a vision of climbing a spiral staircase to a room near the top of a tower. One of the stranger's inhabitants pointed at a mural of the tower beneath a nighttime sky, then picked up an artifact and left the room. Sometime later, my lamps next to the mural went dark, revealing a secret passage. Three, 2, 1, blast off. I don't know what's funnier than 24, 25. I don't get it. Oops. It's a SpongeBob reference? Oh. Nope, that's... Nope. Stay in your seat, please, class. Stay seated. Keep your arms and legs inside the ride at all times. Exactly. The fasten seatbelt light is on. Yeah. Very much so. Whee! Coming in hot. Here we go. Sometimes I don't judge how tall our ship is very well. I wish there was another place we knew of to go get an artifact from. That would be really cool. There might be one, but not that we found so far. I don't know, I could have overlooked it. I feel like it's really lucky that I found the one that I found, actually. I think if you know where it is, I don't, like, really want to go on a scavenger hunt to find a new place with one, though, if we already know a spot that works. Maybe there's one in these buildings. I can't look around when you're on a raft, though, or it'll make the raft go a different way. Well, you can turn off your flashlight. Things to think about. The raft, or not the raft, the, whatchamacallit is all the way around, right? Can we get out and over there a different way? I wonder if we can. That's what I just said, bookkeeper, yeah. I wonder if there's a delay from earlier when we disconnected stream. Can we stand on this piece of roof here? Yeah. Oof. Oof, rip. Alright, I don't think that's a good method. I'll just go around again. It's definitely significant that there's another raft path, right? It seems like it has to be. Oh yeah, we don't want to wait for... Well, we can either climb over here or we can use the thing over here. I wonder what's quicker. I feel like this one's more risky. But we've never used it, so it's something. It's new. Oh, it like lifts you out and over. Cute. Oh! All the way over. Dang. That's not what I was expecting at all. Makes sense. Oh, please don't burst right while I'm here. I bet it's going to. What's the best way? I wonder what the best way to get back to that is. Probably by climbing over and not doing this. I don't know. It's stressful, stressful, stressful. This is the worst path ever. Bonk. Bonk. Okay. Let's see what happens. I need to go to this. Oh man. I feel like we're gonna run out of time. How are you supposed to get to this quicker? And is there a picture of the tower in these? No, because the note said it's closer to the top of the building. Here, we'll go down this way. I guess I just don't remember there being portraits in this part, but we've only been here one other time, so... Does this only go to the very top? No, okay. And there's a slide reel in here. And there's the one we want. But I don't know if we can... Do these go out when the thing falls? Maybe? Weird. I can't grab them. And I think we've watched this one. But I'm not 100% sure that we watched that one. I don't think we want to be in here when this thing falls. I don't think the dam is broken yet, though. can't sit on the chair, but I can stand on it. I'm so invested right now. Got you on the edge of your seat. We still haven't done the scary stuff. Well, we've done the scary stuff, but not the most scary stuff. Was there a different night area you went to earlier? Yeah, I think they're all connected, but they have different entrances. There's the dam breaking. Everyone stay calm. The water has to come around and tip us a little bit. It tips a little bit first. And then it tips all the way over. Come on, lanterns. Nothing? There must be something else to it then. Can you trigger something that reduced frights would change? Do you want us to tell you? I will ask. So don't say it right away, but I will, if something really scary happens, I will be like, is that something that reduced fright will fix? Also, Magus, does that mean there's something coming up? You gotta be careful about those questions. I feel like that means that there's about to be one if I do something here that I'm trying to do. Magus is fine. Okay. Sorry. I feel like I always end up biting off on things. Totally unrelated. Thank you. I mean, there's nothing else, like, there may be or there may not be, or maybe there's something that'll scare me, or maybe there's something that won't. Who's to say? We don't know. I thought the corpse room was pretty spooky by itself. Yeah. The skeleton, the owl people skeletons are really scary just by themselves, for sure. Well, I guess we're going down with the tower. We're committed. Exactly. How is that gonna work, though? If the tower goes down... Is there something else, like, in this hallway? That, like, a panel breaks or something? You know what I mean? Of course, now we're in a bad spot, but I feel like there's nothing I can do. This is a discovery, this is a science loop. This is a trial and error loop. Owl people. Science! Exactly. Maybe we're just gonna... Remember that one time that, the dam burst and I was standing on something and it just went and catapulted me into the air? Maybe that's what's gonna happen again. Ooh. We're leaning, we're leaning, we're leaning. I feel like a number of problems could be solved if Harthian spacecraft included an axe in their toolkit. Yeah. Where's the light switch? I don't know. I don't know. This is like the aggravating, not aggravating, it's like the whole point of the game is you commit to things and you're like, well, I guess that's what we're doing for this loop. And then you gotta do a whole nother loop to get back and try and do something else. Which the meditate function helps that, but it doesn't solve everything. Then again, how often does one encounter wood in space? My favorite loops are the ones where someone flies off beyond the solar system to try science. Those are good. There's a distressing amount of wood in these spaceships. Yep. Never played Outer Wilds. Does the base game have time loops too, or is that unique to this DLC? The whole thing has time loops, yeah, but Austin, if you're ever gonna play it, you gotta look away. It's gonna get spoiled. Although you really have not seen, like, any of the base game. But still. What is fine in the ring world, but not so much on the landers? What am I missing here? Why is this taking so long? Real question is how this wooden dam has survived this long without maintenance. I probably won't pick it up, wouldn't pick up this DLC for long enough that I'll have forgotten it all. Fair enough. Fair enough. I just wanted to hang out with our scout. Scout. Scared by my own shadow. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No termites in space. This is my best attempt at shadow puppets. I hear I miss space trees. Oh, we were talking about how we need an axe in space to solve some of our problems. Man. There it goes. No! Stay with it, Jen! They still don't go out through this whole thing. This is so weird. I think we're gonna die in here. It goes right when the music goes, though. Interesting. Okay, cool. Robust electrical system. Alright, bye, tower. Was it worth it? Yeah, I guess we learned something. But I don't know that we can get out of here. Hey, Cordy. Parthian with an axe, what will they chop first? Chop into this wall and through the paintings that have secret entrances. This is silly. Okay, there. We're safe now. Their electrician deserves an award, yeah. Drop artifact. What is this? Oh, that's like where the sign is for the outside, where the little green symbol is, I think. Ugh. Alright. Loop, be gone. Another one. Do you all meditate with like 10 seconds left on the loop? Of all the things not to go out, I thought you might be onto an alternate solution. Everyone's like, what's gonna happen here? Gotta save those frames. So many meditations as the music plays, yeah. Might as well. Well, depending on what you're doing, right? Because I've found lots of stuff in the last minute or been like reading through stuff. But if you're not actively reading something or trying to find a new something or other in the last minute, then especially in that situation with the tower. Okay, so we did so much commitment to staying in that dang room till the end of the loop. It means we didn't look anywhere for another solution to turning off the lights and or if there is access to the secret room after the tower breaks off. There's no way. You have just that minute, 2 minute, whatever the song is, after the tower breaks to do anything. I was too excited to play DLC and never actually bothered unlocking meditation. Oh my gosh. Meditate at music 10 times and you've saved a whole loop's worth of time. Yeah. Did we get the loop counter? Yeah, we did. Thank you. We didn't get anything, right? On the log? No. So... do you cut power then? Do you only cut power to that one? By turning the other ones off somehow? Because this is the one that has the little antenna at the top. And don't answer that. And I don't know, or maybe it has something to do with the other lanterns being inside. Let's take all the lanterns outside of the lower level and then go to the upper level and see if there's no more lights, there's no more power. I mean, I'm assuming the power is coming from like the flame, wherever it is, if it's in the secret room, if there's a basement. All questions are rhetorical, yeah. But we don't know how to turn off any of anything, any of the other fires, any of the other towers, because they're all powered by the flames on like the chest of each owl person, maybe. Again, I don't know. We saw in the vision our friend left and then the lights went out. So they left and went and did something. I don't know what they did. And there's also a slide reel in that tower, and I don't know if it's a slide reel we've looked at. So maybe we just go back to that tower without the artifact and kind of poke around. We'll have more time that way. I think that's what I want to do. 3, 2, 1, lift off. After 6 months of watching Outer Wilds streams, whenever I get asked a question, my first response is, do you want an answer to that or is it rhetorical? Mm-hmm. Yup. I don't know other streamers' preferences, but mine are always rhetorical until I say, wait, actually, do I want that answered? And then if I want it answered, I'll say the safe word. Unless it's something not related to the game, like, how are you today? please, by all means, share. Oops. Losing track of what I'm doing. That sped things up, though. Considerably. Yes or no? Exactly, Interruptus. Well, I don't know. Oh, don't misjudge the ceiling again, Jen. Or the floor. Good job, ship. Nope. Going up the ramp to the other ship. Here we go! I feel like we're doing a good job at exploring the stranger. I feel like... Okay. We're noticing new things pretty, you know, sometimes it's a little more spaced out, but relatively frequently. And we're making our way towards having lots of corners unturned, like walking over every bit of the stranger. But I don't know that we're solving things or like asking the right questions. I feel like most of what I've done so far is just purely walking to and exploring as many parts of this place as I can, which is fine, but I don't know that it's progressing. We're still in the picking up clues phase. Harmless Toast, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. There's fuel in there. That's the burnt Eye of the Universe building. What are in all these ones over here? Well, we should go get the slide reel and bring it over there. I wonder how easy it is gonna be to get where we want to go. Making moves, doing things, shaking things up, yeah. Trying to. Certainly asking questions. I don't know if they're the right questions. This is where we were trapped before. And this goes to the top. We can look up here again before we grab the slide reel. We've brought the artifact in here. What is this one? We brought the artifact in here and we ran out of time. This is like the only one we've done anything with, I think. We haven't had our power outage yet. Do you have to get... Oh, hang on. It's gotta be pretty soon, right? Do you have to bring the thing here by the time the weird power anomaly happens? Robust electrical system. The most robust. These don't even flicker. The raft lights flicker, but not these babies. Is there even more stuff? Like, further underwater? I feel like we could make an infomercial for these lights. I know. Isolated power system. Yeah. There's something that we have to uncover about those light bulbs. I think it's further underwater. We did all the underwater stuff in this particular room. Okay, now where's our little... Here we go. This is how we swim out. Those have a flame, that flame symbol on them that we saw. I think we did see this one because this was the first area where I was doing like the jumping back and forth over the rooftops, right? I think we will find that we've seen this one. Also, I need a lantern, and we got the lantern from the tower before. Ugh. Well, some backtracking is necessary, right? Oh, but we did these. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's find out. I definitely remember jumping around back and forth. In multiple places. And why are all the lights lit up in here? What if I take all the lanterns and put them outside? That's gotta be it. It's not even that you have to put them outside for these portraits to go dark. The portraits go dark if you just take them off of the ledge. I'm just decorating. Ooh. That was something. Wait, I thought we had tried this one before. Okay. So did we just... Oh. There's a friend missing. Did we just accidentally brute force it without the clue? We probably had the clue in another slide reel. I don't have the artifact now, though. Scary. this is pointing to the planet one. Dang, I definitely thought I had tried the planet window in the tower. This is how they taught us to use these in the first place. That's the one in the canyon. Okay. Well, good for a refresher. And this is the one that tells you about burning the eye building, and this is one of the locking mechanisms. And there's another one somewhere else where we've seen another one of the locking mechanisms. This looks like the stranger, but with parts of it burnt away, almost. Oh. Their face is scratched away. Are they the one that's not in their spot along the wall? Oh, here's a cool picture of the tower. It startles me every time. Oh, here's another... Oh, this is where we saw the secret thingy. I feel like this is gonna whisk us away, but I'm gonna take my chances. Whee! I don't know that there's anything else we could do. Oh, come on. Go through here. Come on. There we go. Okay, we're fine. Semi-aquatic. Now what? Oh, did we try... The secret passageway, I remember thinking something about after it had fallen, if that was why we couldn't open the door. So what's going on down there now that this has tipped a little bit? I love these little lights just sitting outside. Does it close back up? No, it's still open. It's fine. Everything down here is fine. Oh, well. I must have misremembered something along the way. I don't know. I feel like I saw something. What is that? Why is there like a door through there? Is that the other door to go up to the top? Maybe. Is it exposed now? But there wasn't another door. It just has that, like, no, maybe there was. That tunnel and then... Ah, there it is. Okay. That's how you get in through the secret entrance and get up to the top. I think. Unless it's something else. Yeah, this is the getting to the top. with the longest lasting lighting system in the whole world. Why is this one out? What clue can you give me of why you're out and the others are not? How many lamps are there in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I guess. I don't know. I don't think that's important. Our gravity is at 1.1 in here, 1.0, because we're tilted? Why is it at? Because it's on its side, because we're getting pushed up against the wall? I think so. That's how gravity works. So we've got 2 more places we need to try to get to with an artifact before the flood. I think this one, oh man, this one's more realistic than that short little round building. The short round building completely gets flooded. So again, I feel like you have to go in there and run and do whatever it is you're trying to do. I also think one of those bridges in the nighttime area was lit. And I feel like we lit it from the other side and it stayed lit from loop to loop. I wonder if the nighttime area is independent of our loops, because we don't know where exactly it is, because when you go there you see the like Saturn looking planet in the sky. Oh, let me make a note too about the tower top floor slide reel is the one that teaches you which painting to go through and to take away the lantern. Do we think we have time to go grab an artifact and come back? What else do I want to do this loop besides that? Because I feel like I'm running out of things to do in the daytime zone. When was the last time we went down this center thing? This is the safe one that doesn't have... No, it has electricity also. We're moving so fast. But how... The artifact was back there, so how do you even get to that once it crashes the raft thing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I didn't really want to beach this thing. Whatever. Oh, there goes the tower. Yeah, we're out of time anyway. sit back and listen to the music. I don't know. I don't know where I want to go next. But I do feel like we need to go at least to the tower with the artifact one more time and see if we can't figure it out. I wonder... I still wonder if we have to open the door on the first loop and then go and keep moving. We could try. I feel like that's a reasonable solution. Alright, we're gonna meditate through the music like we just talked about. Because I don't have that many brainstormy things to say other than we're going back to the tower. Because I feel like that's the one place we haven't even seen the nighttime zone. We went to the small circle building and we walked around for a little bit and then it flooded. Interesting. Hey, Slate. I'm gonna stick around and see what happens, but I need to make dinner. Of course, Austin. Thank you for the good luck. Have a good dinner. We will see you around. Thanks for chatting. I hope you do play this game someday. 3, 2, 1, blast off. '27 Club. Ooh, what is happening? You can still see the sun station for a little bit there. It's very interesting. Yeah, that was fine. It's exactly the landing I wanted. Look, we're closer to the walkway. Go. Go. Okay. I still don't know. Man, I feel like I should be developing theories about the lore while we're doing all this too, but I still feel like I don't know that much. And you can't read anything. It's so weird playing Outer Wilds and not having all of the like know my banter to read through. And the personality is missing. You don't have like Any names of any characters that you're starting to bond with or anything like that. I feel like it needs more heart. It needs more of Chert being afraid and Feldspar being reckless and... Oh, I did not see what that was, but please be mindful of spoilers and leading information and comments and stuff like that. Okay, so that's open now. Oops, my flashlight wasn't on. That was close. Okay. I think we're in decent shape. She was freelance and her work was finished. Oh, interesting. So the writer left that maybe affected this kind of thing. Come on. No. Jen. I'm gonna start the loop over. Everything was going so well. I want as much time as possible. I know we could still go back. I should have just kept at it, but we're not. I think we never like meditated in the base game, so maybe we'll overdo it in this game. Because it's so frustrating to have to, you have that like one chance at whatever you're trying to do, and if you miss it, you're like, alright, what do I kill time with until the end of the loop? Hey Pup and Suds, welcome in. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Such an amazing job with base games writing. It is unfortunate. There's not much to read here, at least so far. Okay, we got a little overzealous there, but it'll be fine. We got a lot overzealous, Jen. Nope. Looks like we were just here. Okay. Okay. Oops. Go out this way, please. Thank you. We won't miss it this time. We'll be ready. Just paddling down the river with my good buddy Scout. Yep. There's not much else to say about it. I don't know. I hope that there's something really cool in the tower. Take us up. I had a thought. What building is that? Okay, let's continue. I don't know where we're at with the dam bursting timer, but if we hear it, we can jump and make it. There's the power outage. So don't exactly know what's going on with that. Maybe one day. Now, do we want to do the thing that takes us up and over the dam, or do we want to climb? I feel like we want to go up and over. We might as well keep our boat as long as we can. Whee! god. Looking at the ring world in front of you. So bizarre. Oh, let's go this way this time? Are we just gonna get beached? No. It's like, I didn't like the path we took last time. It took far too long. What is that arch? Nothing. And there's the ghost matter place that we haven't really explored yet. We gotta go back and do that. Maybe there's a locked door there that we know how to open now. Love the sound. It's like a roller coaster. Yeah. It definitely sounds like you're going up a giant steep drop. Don't flip, please. Not right now. Well, I think we would be okay if it did, but let's not. Do a barrel roll in a raft? Yeah, okay. Okay, so now we have to go. It looks different. No, we're good. We're good. We actually made it all the way back around. We could have opened the door in time, probably. I'm getting a lot faster. But we know that the entrance is already open, which is nice. We learned a thing. Okay, let's go to the scary zone. Technically, it's an aileron roll. Yes, thank you for that aviation fact, but, like, they don't say aileron roll in Star Fox, so I think that's what he was getting at. Oh, interesting that that exit is also going to be there still, I think. Okay, this looks the same as all the other times we've gone to the scary zone. But this out here is gonna be new. The sky is so pretty. Any candles? Yeah, candles. We like candles. Is there one of those hand things over there? No? Scary music, though. Okay, here's like a nice staircase and a bunch of candles for us. Okay, okay, okay. Who's making that screechy noise? Whoa! Oh, I hear like footsteps. Oh god, we have to do it though. Oh shit. I don't know what that was even. What happens if I let my light show? We get the screaming, but not because of my light. What's gonna happen? Oh, the tower's tipping, but I think we're gonna be okay. Oh, there's some candles. We want those. Who's walking around up there? Electric, I will get to your question in a moment. Well, I guess as we're doing this, I feel like Bramble, you hit the jump scare a lot quicker. There's somebody up there, isn't there? And it's like way like, oh my god, that's a scream and I hate it. So far, what I've seen, because I have not seen much, with this game is it's way more like I don't know when it's gonna hit me and I don't even know what it's gonna be, and that is killing me. Like, I really want to jump down there, but we don't have our jetpack. Alright, let's go back in the room with the footsteps. There's a lot more like horror game subtle scare. Oh, this is an elevator. Where's the thing to call it? Can we go down from here? Or no, that was, yeah, that was the dam that we heard when the tower was tipping over. So I think we're in okay shape. There's a staircase. Do we dare? Oh, but this is gonna take us down? No, I think we want to go this way. I don't know. I hear footsteps again. I don't know where they're coming from. Whew. Is there somebody in here? Hello? Hello? Oh, an elevator. Okay. We wanted to go down here. I think. I don't know what's over there. But I want to go towards this pit. Oh, I can't still. Oh, there's some candles. Okay. Oh, the alarm bell. They put them in all the places that you want to investigate. If you're like anywhere within sight, and it doesn't matter. Oh. Oh, it sees our shadow. So how do I extinguish the candles and stuff to get there? Or maybe that's just, I'm not sure. Oop. I fell in the water because I had my light turned off. We can doze again and try and see what we see. I was thinking like, well, it's dark over here. Let me stay in the dark and try to get past, but yeah. So do things stay lit? Do the candles that we light stay lit up? Do the things that we interact with stay the way they are? It seems like it. Maybe don't answer that, but we'll find out the next time we come here. I keep hearing creepy owl noises. Oh, here we go. What is that? It's like a whole building. Those alarm systems are wild. I want to know how that works. I want to know how they did that. Here's another one of these. And that's the other entrance to get to the top. Oh, do we have time to do both? What is this? What is this? What is this? Ah, a little boat. But I feel like... Oh. Are you gonna stay here for me? No, you just keep on going. Oh man, and while we're out of time. No. I wanna go... Oh god. I wanna do so many things. I'm not even sure which way is up. Okay. I should have gone to the top of the tower because we would have had time to do that. But then we saw what that other thing does, which is summons a boat for us for the next time we're there. But we learned that we can get to this tower with one raft trip. We don't have to stop and open the door and come back. What does this look like when it's underwater? It looks the same. Reminds me of Hitchhiker's Guide, the one monster that assumes if you can't see it, it can't see you. Anybody here old enough to remember the Jaws ride from Universal Studios in Florida? I don't think I ever did that one. I've heard of it from my friend, but I don't remember it directly. But when I went to SpongeBob 4D show, I think I had surprisingly similar vibe. Oh, goodness. So now we want to come back to the tower and see if the candles are still lit and the thing, that whole building that we lit up, see if it's still there, because if it is, we can start and it'll be directly to our left when we exit the tower. Which is weird. Which is so weird. I feel like the owl people created this place or created this phenomenon when they found out about the supernova and or the Eye of the Universe, because we saw them seeing the end of the world and their demise. So they decided to make this place to try to get out of it, but then their bodies are still here in our solar system, but their consciousness is still in this other area. But it's really weird because when we get disturbed in this solar system, we get sucked back. But their flames are all still lit. They didn't get sucked back to wherever. They're in our solar system. I don't know. This is so weird. Yeah, all the notes. I don't think we had a ship's log for that. No, we did. I miss them. I'm too nervous when we go to these places that I completely miss the little ship's log notification, or I forget right after I see it because something scary happens. A secluded village nestled within a cove. A candlelit tower sits atop a nearby island. The well at the bottom of the village is guarded by a statue that activates an alarm bell when it sees me. When it sees me, or my shadow. Maybe. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I feel like we have maybe 2 more loops in us for tonight. And by we, I mean me. I don't know if you all have more than 2 loops of watching and observing time left in you, but I can't believe... Okay, hang on, we're getting very far away. We still haven't had like a big jump scare, but I wonder if it's... I don't know. I wonder if it's the screams. I feel like there's still stuff that we're gonna see that's gonna be scary. It's not the same as Bramble at all. It's so different from the sleeping fish. I thought I would know way sooner if I needed reduced scares, and I feel like I still don't know if I need it or not. We can still... Wait. You can go under here and past this? You can still see the sun out the other side. Could we see that before? That's weird. I'm gonna try that a different time. Because we have something I want to work on. Come on. There we go. Don't go in there. It'll only slow us down. Except I feel like going too fast is also a problem with this raft adventure sometimes. Okay, tower, we'll be back. That was close. I feel like I almost missed it. Again. Let's go get our thing. Oops. Close enough. I want to know later on, like, how much more people were able to uncover per trip to the sleepy zone because they didn't take a step and relight their flashlight every, or conceal their light every step. Later, not now. But I don't know how people just do that part without, like, having to go back 600 times because it's so scary. There's our power out. I feel like this is the area where you get the best view of the cloaking thing. Hey look, there's a giant steep, like right in the center there. It was almost right in the middle, perfectly framed. I always see Giant Steep when it's like this, when we're past it, and think it's Quantum Moon because of the way it's so dark. I'm going this way. Thank you. Thanks for the lift. Man, depending on what we do this loop, I kind of want to go back to that Ghost Matter building next loop, but we'll see. Speaking of going too fast, we ran right into that rock. Whee! Okay. We can go, hopefully, explore the top of this tower now. Maybe there's something about there have to be lights in the other windows, but not this one. Maybe I pulled a different one first. I still can't figure out what I did that one time. Okay, here we are. Scary as ever. Let's see. This stuff does stay. Right? Oh no, this had like a whole thing off of it, right? Okay, just kidding. It doesn't stay, so you have to redo everything. That's fine. But then that means the candles that we didn't want to have lit will not be lit. Hey Chozo, welcome in. I'm doing okay. This game is scary. But I think I'm doing alright. I hope you're having a good one. A good Wednesday. It's still Wednesday. Okay, now we can go here. Which will be... Oh! Now will the lights be out? Is that what that other clue is for? Now there's no lanterns. There's candles. We have to get them all? I don't want to do that. That's scary as heck. And there's still this one up there. Oh. Did I not wait long enough? Okay, I haven't figured that one out yet. Let's go up top and see. I don't think the dam is broken yet. Weird. This looks so strange and different in the dark. Oh. What can we see from up here? Bunch of lanterns. It is, I'm kind of hoping I'll say Wednesday. I have a big pet sitting job a whole week that I can't get out of coming up. Oh, gotcha. I still don't know why that scream happens like every time, and it's so scary. Here comes the water. Tilting us, but we're not falling over. Did that do anything in this room? No. Okay. Oh, here's our boat. If I fall in the water, it'll be fine. So now do I want to extinguish these? Because it's gonna have like sirens go off. How do we control this thing? By this? Wow. Holy moly. I feel like we just piloted ourselves right into a wall. No, this is where we're supposed to go. Is an alarm gonna go off again? That keeps it afloat? Of course it does. Gosh darn it. This game. Ugh. It's like, I don't know. I feel like... whatever. I feel like I'm constantly being punished for trying things, which I did not feel that much of that vibe from the base game. But it's just these little resets, which is really different when it's dozing off again versus, you know, a whole new loop. Oh, and we overshot. Okay. This is all we get, is this option to go faster, so we'll go faster. Gotta have at least 2 candles, just like real life. How was I supposed to know the technology was way different than the ones we're used to, okay? I thought I was being cool for being stealthy and turning out the lights so we wouldn't be seen. You know? But no, you just sink. Oh, okay, we want to be here. Can this raft, can you like stay put? Oh. Why? Summon elevator, although it would smush us if we stood right there. Being sneak. Trying to. We don't even know what we're sneaking from. At least not yet. Like Edison learning lots of ways not to make a light bulb. Exactly. What is this horrifying dark tunnel business? And and I missed the ghost. Thank you for redeeming human kindness. For you, and for chat, and sure, for the candles. They kept our raft afloat along the way. I appreciate you all being here and watching the chaos slash questions being asked slash trial and error. Oh, it's so quiet. Okay, don't like. Is this gonna have alarms go off? We've been here before with, I think there's gonna be an alarm somewhere, right? Let's go over to the shore. 100% done with DLC. I'm not backseating, just here to see someone discover the chaos. Nice. GG's vote taken. What'd you think of it? Are we gonna be able to summon another one? So weird. Was I supposed to stay on it and keep going over there? It looks like we are gonna be able to summon another one here. Yep. That noise. Where is this gonna take us? This is... Did we just do a big loop? Unclear. Are we gonna get to see another one of those cool visions? Because this is another locked thing. I liked the cool vision. That part was fun. Yeah. We can see inside. We've seen this before. Okay. Ah, vision. Yay! We pick up our artifact. We walk out the door. We watch our friends. We watch people looking in. We look in. We see everybody showing up. And taking the thing that was locked and transported? Oh, I didn't really want to see it again. Oh, we can watch it again. It's the Tunnel of Love. This is so interesting. It's like that one part fades out. I wanna know what's in that thing. Oh no, it's tipping! Okay, well, we were able to see in there. Huh. There's still so much more to do there. It feels like. Because we could have summoned another boat and kept going, and there was another tunnel, I think. How do you have enough time to see all that? Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Okay, I'm sorry. I know. I like the end music. We're gonna meditate. Supposedly this is our last loop. But we have two things I want to do, which are go back and do all those raft things again. Or go to the Ghost Matter building. Yeah, we've got Funtune on loop counter duty. Funtune's doing a great job. And the mods. Thank you, mods. Thank you. Our bots and our mods are crushing it. Mallow. Will Taken, thank you for redeeming human kindness, sending human kindness from me to you, to all the chat. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. This has been a really enjoyable time hanging out with you and feeling supported in this scary game and this journey. And I hope you feel welcome and relaxed and happy and enjoying your time here. Thank you. 3, 2, 1, lift off. Oh, I would like to lock onto that. Thank you. Yes, escape the atmosphere of Timberhearth. Thank you. Never do you engage autopilot? Nope. I'm not an autopilot user. Nothing against it. I just like flying. Thanks, Woe Taken. And ready, here we go. Oh yeah, and I want to fly through this chamber in here because we found a spot where it looked like I could see the sun, but I wonder if that's just part of the same part that's inside the you know, when you're inside the ring world and you can see out, you can see the sun. I don't know. You probably just bonk into the window is what happens. So have I decided what I'm doing yet? I mean, of the two options, I kind of want to go back to the tower. It's going to be more of a pain to get there, but I feel like there's more to do than, like, what if we get to the Ghost Matter building and it's just meh. And then we've lost our chance to go to the tower. We could always go to the tower and then wake up and try to get to the Ghost Matter building in time, right? That's a thing. Ghost Matter is very much the opposite of meh. More like ouch my bones. True. Just be careful with comments and questions and chat and stuff. Thank you, mods. I appreciate you. Yeah, exactly. What Interruptus said. Be careful with that kind of question, because what if I haven't been there yet? And then I'll be like, oh, I don't know what that is. Is that something that's in the game? And now it becomes a spoiler. Unfortunately. Nothing personal. Oh, it's all good. Just the mods know what they're doing. Okay. Happy I can't do that by accident. From not having played it, or because I feel like we talk about it from time to time, but even if you haven't played it, you can still spoil a game, believe it or not. Not really like the ending, but you can say, oh, I wonder if something does this, and you don't know, but what if it does? Then I didn't get to have that epiphany or like surprise, I guess. I don't know. It's a gray area. And there's some leading questions that are more dangerous than others too. Why do I always jump down from the other side? It's quicker to jump down from here. Probably because this feels a lot more precarious. Okay, let's not argue about it though. Like, I trust the mods will take in, and I don't want to say, oh well, this person didn't get deleted. That's not. That's not your call. thank you for the follow. Thank you for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. Had this game on my backlog for ages. It looks lovely. Oh, Panzeruin? Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. If you're gonna play it, yeah, move it to your front log. Don't let it get too spoiled for you because it's so worth all the surprises. But if watching me is helping sell it to you, then heck yes, you should play it. Play it soon. Got it right? Oh, nice. I'm glad. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. I guess it's more than just the ghost matter building in this area that I want to explore. I still feel like this entry area, the lowlands, like pre-flood, I need to see more of. Because there's maybe locked doors in there that I didn't know I could open, or I don't know. I want to go run around in that section. But maybe we'll leave that as a to-do list for the next stream so I have something in mind right from the get-go. Okay. Thanks, 3Bs. Yeah, totally your call. A lot of people will recommend that you don't watch any, but up to you. You know your play style and preferences best. It's always nice having something you want to get to in here. Like having something in mind for the next time you come in, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, ooh, I should lean on that so if I don't have any other ideas, we have just one for next stream if we want it. Yep. I definitely thought the first time I dozed off by that fire that I needed to see those green sparks before I could wake up, but now I know that that's not the case. You want us to remind you next stream? Ooh, remind me before the end of this stream, and I will write it down. And then, if you want, you don't have to. You can remind me to check my notes next stream. But that's kind of involved, so... But yes, essentially yes. Ooh, wait. And thank you. That's a good call on that one. Okay, this is where we want to go. It's always like, okay, time to game plan and then end loop. Yeah, exactly. 3Bs, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. This is a game I found easy to just wanting to keep trying stuff. It's really, it has such a different feel than the base game. Well, I mean, both you want to keep trying stuff and see what works, and it's like constant science of what about this outcome? What about this outcome? But I feel like with this one, there's so many like little things, because you don't have all of the different planets to go to. Assuming we don't one more loops. I know. I went to bed totally stuck one night, figured out the solution in my sleep, came back next day excited to progress, then found out my solution was wrong. Oh, it's like that sometimes. Especially with the mini resets. Yeah. You could also do what I did and just support a fellow human in the background. Aw, Met. I'm glad you're here. It's so beautiful when you figured it out. I have so many VODs to watch. I want to know everybody's experience with this. All my friends are playing. Such a cool community. See, there's proof that sleeping on it is a myth? No, sleep's important. Not a myth, it's real. You can sleep when you're done. Oh, I can keep going past here too. Or I guess get out and then summon the next one? No, this should be... I don't think this gives us direction. I think we're on a set track and this is just our speed. Love sleep. It's fun to watch someone start the base game and be like, no, that won't work. Won't work, but they don't know. Oh my gosh, the constant like, no, there's no way that's it. And then finding out, actually, that's exactly it. It seemed louder that time, but I have no idea. I feel like we're going to this little dock here. We're turning, but we're not, we're tipping, but we're not drowning? Is this another boat summon? So many boat summons! But did we go in a circle? Oops. Can we not extinguish it? Now that it's this far? Continue smacking my face into the raft. Alright, well hopefully this was worth it. Here's a tiny, terrifying cave. This seems totally reasonable with a closed door. I don't know how to open these yet. If there is even a way to open these. Alright, well, I think we lost our raft, so that was a shorter one than intended. Extinguish. Come on. I didn't know that there was a timer for those because we successfully extinguished it a couple of other times. That's a bummer. I think because it goes out of view of this little window. Man. That was dumb. We're in this tiny spot with nothing to do. Go under the tree roots. Is there ground here? Can we make this jump? No, there's no way. Did I get through here? There we go. I'm not sure why they released the game in September. They could have waited like 3 days and have it perfectly in Spooky Month. Yeah. Well, shoot. Okay, I guess we can try again. Just wake up by going in the water. I don't know how much time we have. A decent amount. We were pretty quick to get in here. We heard the, we did hear the dam break though already. And now some of this stuff we won't have to redo because... Wait, why? It gets reset based on the loop, not the mini loop. Wait, does that mean that the raft won't come back, but we can stay on one of these other ones? Oh, I'm very curious. If you can only have... No? Alright. Weird. Some things stay extinguished and some things do not. Because this one we rode pretty much the whole way. Ooh, come on. Go, 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 go. Zoom, zoom, zoom. You can almost see like a little trail in the water. I don't know if that's a reflection or if that has to do with the fact that we're following a set path. Unclear. Whee! Bonk. We don't know yet if there is a connection between certain events in this world and our solar system, other than when things tilt, you feel it tilt. I wonder what else is connected. Now, did we make a full circle? Are we just out to sea forever and ever? Because that was the symbol on the thing, I think. We're going in circles. There's the tower. Alright, well, I'm not sure what good this did us then. I wonder if I'm supposed to be extinguishing some of the candles but not others. Bye! We are all just going round in circles. We're going around in circle inside the stranger. We're going around in circle around the sun. And all their flames are out. So when their flames go out, is that when we hear the screaming? You made a lot of similar faces. Uh-huh. Oh, goodness. The puzzled. What the... I feel like that's tragic when their flame goes out because their bodies here are toast. And they probably thought that this tower was gonna be standing for a lot longer than it is. Everson, thank you for the hydrate. Whatever their plans were, I'm not sure whether or not they took the supernova into account or not. Or if the supernova threw them off guard the same way that it threw the Nomai off guard, but also there is ghost matter inside of the stranger. So was it ghost matter that did them in? Unclear. Nichols, hi, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. It's good to see you. I was in the middle of pondering Outer Wilds theory. Forgive me. How's Little Nightmares going? Big jump scares? Lots of spooks? So many mysterious mysteries. Yeah. Ghosts do matter. Oh, hi friends. I'm Jen. We are... It feels like more than day 2 of Outer Wilds. Oh my gosh, we're day 2 of Outer Wilds DLC. 12 hours in-ish. Minus stream breaks and chatting at the beginning and end of stream. It's good. Decided to turn it into a full Let's Play. Nice. It looks like a cool game. I want to know about the lore behind Little Nightmares someday. Okay, so I'm gonna write a note. Oops, sorry. That was like a lot of paper noises right into the mic. Here, let's hang out by the fire with Slate. Can I hold this up here while I take notes? I can try. This is gonna be Tower, Sleepy Zone, long raft chain that goes to a rock tunnel eventually with a locked door. It also has the giant well pit thing in the middle. With the alarm that prevents us from getting to it. Decided to turn it into full Let's Play, finish the... Oh, main game today. Okay, so are you going back in for achievements and stuff too? It's intense. Doesn't that game have a lot of like chase sequences too? Oh, look at how black our marshmallow is without burning it. It's gonna be so gooey on the inside. No, it was not gooey. It was still the burnt noise. Or did it burn and I was taking notes and it just completely combusted and then the flame went out? Oh, if you do that, it disappears. That's funny. Let's go listen to some Timber Hearth music, actually. While I take notes and ponder. We haven't hung out here for a little bit. Man, I miss the Nomai purple glowing stuff. We've got all that green blue stuff. I miss our indigo purple. Aww. We don't spend enough time here anymore. Good palate cleanser, seriously. I needed a break from horrifying Sleepy Zone. Where's like our favorite lookout point? Oh, hi kiddos. Simpler times. I meant the main game of Little Nightmares. Oh, yeah. And congrats on the main game, doing the DLC. Cool. The green stuff we can't even read. Grumble, grumble. Yeah. This is a nice view of our ship and the observatory. Okay. I'm writing the note, so you don't have to remind me now. Next stream, do a better job exploring the Ghost Matter building and the lowlands before the flood, or after. We know how to swim. What else? We still didn't ever go back to the tower Sleepy Zone and test my theory of not lighting the candles. So we can try that maybe next time. What else do I want to do? What other theories do we have? I want to write down the fact that we saw that vision or slide, whatever it was, of the... They called it something weird in the ship log. They called it an explosion in the ship log. But the one light going out. And the ghost going poof. And then you saw like the error message. Do love a good poof. Anything else I want to pull at? Any threads we want to pull at before we go? I feel like we're missing slide reels, maybe. There's that observation deck that I don't know how to get into yet. Oh, I do want to go back, and maybe try that raft area again next to the observation deck, because we backtracked a little, but we didn't fully commit to backtracking the other direction down the stream, and then we got pulled with the current. These are such, like, they feel like small things. I feel like there's bigger stuff that we're really, really missing out on. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. We'll be back Friday. It's gonna be interesting because we're supposed to start Dread next Friday. We can push Dread back. We've got Witness on Sunday. We can switch things up. My original plan was to stream long Friday, like really long. And then if we need Saturday, we can use it as well. But at this point, I just, we'll see. We'll see. Love how with this game you can make plans for things to try next time. Yeah! I missed the last part of stream, so I'll have to go back and watch. Do you have a guess how long this will take you? It's hard to say. I know, like, a rough guesstimate of a couple people's playthroughs, but I also know it's widely varied, like, where and when people get stuck, if they get stuck. Like, I thought I would be in the ballpark of 3 6 to 8 hour streams based on some people's, like, hours poured into it. But also I think that's being really optimistic with, like, where I'm at right now and how fast I come up with things. Because my base game playthrough was so long. Thanks, Naki. I'm glad you had a nice time. Think on it. Oh, I don't want to read other people's exact playthrough times, though. Like, I want to guess and keep it a mystery. I don't know if that was what that was. Sorry. Thank you. No, it's okay. I was like, wait, don't say it, but I think it's pretty widely varied. Watching the stars is pretty, yeah. Think on it if you want spook warnings. True, because we still don't know. So what did we do? Because this last sleepy zone, I felt pretty comfortable walking around, other than the alarms, but that's not a jump scare. That's just, oop, that's the end of your sleepy zone session. And I feel like we've gotten a lot better at the other sleepy zone areas. I feel like we saw a lot more of them. Nearly forgot to do the loop. Thank you, Semi. And we've been to now, since we're faster, we can go back to still the sleepy zone in the lowland. I think we still need to re-attack that and just, like, run through there. Do you all have nicknames for what the like dream thing is too? I like calling it the sleepy zone. I'm sure everybody came up with their own names for it. Oh, look at this sunrise about to happen. The scary place. Called it Dream World. Haven't heard a better name than Sleepy Zone, please. Dream World. A lot of people calling it Dream World. The Dream. Dream World or Dreamland. I like it. Man, I almost like want to take a break and come back to it, but I think if we do that, I think we'll stream tomorrow and Friday and Saturday. Oh, I don't know, friends. We'll figure it out. I'll keep you posted. Follow news stuff, schedule stuff in the Discord, and we'll see you all the next one. Let me go ahead and quit out.